How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the this is the final time. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the this is the final
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein in die Arbeiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein in die Arbeiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is when we watch the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. On Socialism Saturday, we do not watch the Democrats because the Democrats are not far left. We do not watch the liberals or the progressives because the real far left hates the liberals and the progressives potentially far more than they hate the right. We don't even usually watch the Democratic Socialists of America because, according to the real far left, the Democratic Socialists of America are reformists and are too close to capitalism. And so we don't watch them either. We watch the most radical revolutionary socialists operating in the United States today, or in today's case in Canada, because we're watching a presentation from Canada today, which I don't normally do, but it just seems to be like the most perfect presentation. And sometimes, beggars can't be choosers. And it is what it is. So the most important question of the night already is, how am I feeling? How am I feeling after last night's epic 9-hour stream in which I drank 5 beers, like good beers too, not like Bud Light or anything, and watched Andrew Wilson all night? I'm actually feeling pretty good. I was actually shocked this morning when I woke up and I was like, I'm not hungover. And that was a little perplexing to me as well, because I'm like, I haven't had that much beer in like a long time. So why am I not hungover? But at the same time, we're just rolling with it. I feel fine. I don't feel like I drank 5 beers yesterday. And so, that's fine. I had to do what I had to do. Yeah, it was mostly, Reagan, it was mostly Alex. Alex was the great instigator of last night. I was ready to call the stream about 4 hours in, and Alex just kept sending me super chats. And I was like, Liquid Marble, I know I have been letting you down lately on the podcast. I know. I need to get the episodes uploaded to the podcast. I know. I promise I'm going to do it tomorrow. Okay. I promise. Pinky swear. Trust me, bro. I have been such a slacker on getting the Counter Revolutionary podcast, like the book club podcast, actually updated. And it's just like, I just haven't done it. There is literally no good excuse, Liquid Marble. I have let you down. I just haven't done it because it's a little bit of a pain in the ass to do, and so I avoid it. And then avoiding it leads to work building up that I need to take care of. So I promise you, pinky swear, trust me, bro, that it's gonna get done. Okay, I swear to God. It's going to get done. It has to get done because I'm starting to feel guilty about it, and that's not good for me. And also, I mean, it's not like people can't access the YouTube channel to catch up on the Counter Revolutionary Book Club, but there are actually people who listen to the podcast, and I have let them down, and I apologize for that. Please call you Liquid. I can't pronounce the one, but I will call you Liquid from now on. My to-do list is like, Victor doesn't believe me. Sometimes I'm like, Victor's always like, Karlyn, what work do you really have to do? And I'm like, do you understand that I have a perpetual to-do list of 87 things that I need to get done at any given time? And sometimes it's even more than it's just like, the struggle is real. The struggle is real. The struggle is real. Anyway, welcome to Socialism Saturday, guys. Hey, you know what happened on Twitter earlier today? Or maybe it was last night. Maybe closer to last night. We're going to see how much smarter my audience is than everyone else on the internet. Are you guys prepared to feel morally superior to everyone else on the internet and intellectually superior to everyone else on the internet? So Christina Hoff Sommers yesterday tweets out the Socialism 2025 conference and says, lol, they really are nuts. Please note, attendees at Socialism 2025 will be required to wear N95 or K95 masks while indoors throughout the conference. We are over 4 years into this. 5 years, I guess, after, that started in 2020, so 5 years. We are 5 years into this. And the conservative intellectuals of the internet still have not figured out why socialists still require masks at their events. 5 years they've had to figure this out. Christina Hoff Sommers is not a dumb woman, but she's had 5 years to figure this out, and she's still resorting to, I just don't understand why the left is doing this. Lol. So do you guys want to answer the question? Do you guys want to tell me exactly and explicitly why socialists are still doing this? Because I retweeted her and I said, actually, maybe that's not my retweet. That was Dragon Ball's retweet. I retweeted her and I said, everyone in my audience knows why this is. Almost no one who doesn't follow my content will know. Looking forward to covering this. And guys, we will be covering the Socialism 2025 conference. And I may know people going to the Socialism 2025 conference. I may have planted spies at the Socialism 2025 conference. I can't confirm or deny. It's not me. I'm not going. They know who I am. They watch out for me. Because for people who don't know, I went undercover at this conference in 2023, and I recorded the president of the American Library Association talking about how libraries should be sites of Marxist organizing at this conference. And it kind of went viral. And so the Socialism Conference, and actually, when I went undercover at this conference in 2023, they preemptively banned me from the conference even before it started. So I had a fake name. I was wearing a chest binder. I had a non-binary identity, all that stuff. And so they look for me now. I can't go to this. I shot my shot. I had my one chance. But that doesn't mean other people can't go. So unlike everyone else on the internet, we will be doing coverage of the Socialism 2025 conference. Typically, they do have live streams of some of their sessions, and those are actually really great. And hopefully we get some content from inside the conference as well. That'll be pretty great. But back to the question at hand, the one that intellectual dark web, I don't know, superstar Christina Hoff Sommers can't answer. Why do socialists still require masks at their event? Let's see if my audience is literally smarter than everyone else on the internet, because Christina Hoff Sommers has no fucking idea. Community care, shame all those that don't contribute to community care. Yep, it's because of community care. They wear masks because not everyone has equal access to healthcare, so it's an act of community care to keep everyone safe. Exactly. Socialists wear masks because they believe the virus is still real and they need to collectively care for each other. Correct. They believe COVID is still a thing and they're protecting each other. Community care. People might ask, do they really believe COVID is a real thing? And I say, yep, they actually really do believe COVID is a real thing. I've been undercover at their events. I've been around these people in person. At this event specifically, they absolutely still believe that it's a real thing. It is baffling how often conservative influencers ask this stuff and yet show absolutely no intellectual curiosity at all about why this happens. They believe in the virus plus community care. They believe that the pandemic is still going on in community care. Guys, can you explain a little bit what community care means for people who might be new? It's a consideration for the health of the collective. Because a lot of you are saying community care. I just want to make sure we can actually explain what community care means. Maybe someone's already done it in the chat. They wear masks as an act of community care to keep us safe as a collective. It's a safety measure. They think COVID is still real and happening. Let's see. Community care means caring for the collective. Yeah, that's basically what it means. Okay, so if we go back to Abolish the Family Socialist in Queens, Sophie Lewis, who's one of our favorite socialists to cover, how Sophie has explained it in one of her books is that we are all surrogates for each other. This is what the left believes. It's not what I believe. This is what the left believes. We are all surrogates for each other. We are all caring for each other. We should care for each other in the same way that we care for our own family. You should do what's required to allow all members of the collective to feel safe and inclusive in the environment, so even people who are sick or who are immunocompromised can come to their events. It's an act of solidarity with the cause. No. This is what we call, Douglas, a conservative bullshit talking point. We don't do conservative bullshit talking points here. We hinge into reality and we deal with what the actual belief is. It is not a virtue signal. It would be a virtue signal if they didn't actually believe it, but they do believe it. It is part of their identity. And every time you guys call it a virtue signal, you diminish the fact that it is part of their identity. It is a core part of their belief system, and they are operating from that belief system. So we don't do this. So I know that, no harm, like it's not a big deal, but I'm just letting you know that that is not the correct answer, because a virtue signal would imply that they don't really believe it. It is literally only conservatives who believe the left is not serious about what they believe. Leftists are extremely serious. Okay, you see this distinction? Awesome. Awesome. Yup, there is a solidarity aspect of it. You are showing that you are in solidarity with the comrades. Stuff like that. Hang on. Trendlin, no abusing moderator privileges. See, I always have to keep my moderators in check. Sometimes they get a little protective. That's okay. Everything's okay. No one has to be hiding anyone else. So, per usual, my audience is smarter than your average conservative influencer. And the reason my audience is smarter than the average conservative influencer is we actually show up and we listen to the left and we listen to what they have to say. Now, tonight, we are going to be watching literally Queers for Palestine. We are going to be watching a 2-hour presentation from Canada that literally just got uploaded the other day. So this is a presentation from May 27th. So, and it actually, so it got uploaded on May 27th. The presentation was from a couple weeks ago. It looks like May 16th. It is from Canada, which again, I don't normally cover Canada. And it's not any shade on Canada. I just really like to focus on America and what's going on here. However, this presentation almost just looks too perfect for us to pass up watching. It is literally called No Pride in Genocide, Queer and Trans Solidarity with Palestine. So that gives me a pretty good indication that they're actually going to be talking about why Queers for Palestine is a real thing from them. And so also, if you look into the people giving the presentation, and we'll just go later in the presentation, you can see these are mask-wearing queer Marxists. This is the real deal. These are real socialists. And so this is uploaded on the YouTube channel, brand new YouTube channel for Education for Liberation Collective. Liberation, of course, means to free oneself from the oppressive bounds of capitalism. And so that is going to be very far leftist. And I just think that this is going to be a great presentation. Here are the bullet points. Why do so many queer and trans people identify with and support the struggle for Palestinian liberation? What is pinkwashing and how does Israel use it to legitimize apartheid, occupation, and genocide? Why is connecting the queer, trans, and Palestinian struggles a powerful strategy for building an even stronger liberation movement? And you can see here too, look at all the different organizations they have involved with this. Ton of organizations involved in this. So Queers for Palestine is a real thing. A lot of people on the right, this is just like the mask issue. People on the right don't understand why Queers for Palestine is a thing. Let's do another pop quiz before we even get started to see if you guys are smarter than almost every conservative on the internet. What does Queers for Palestine mean? If you had to define it, if a person says Queers for Palestine, what do they mean? Why is Queers for Palestine a thing? Don't queer people get thrown off the roof in Palestine? This is what I hear from conservatives. Don't they know they're gonna get thrown off the roof? That's like chickens for KFC. That's the bullshit conservative talking point. What does Queers for Palestine actually mean? Actually, Diego, unironically, Socialist for Socialism is not actually far off. That's actually not a bad answer. Queers for Palestine means the comrades in solidarity with the Palestinian Socialist Uprising. Yes, 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 yes. Solidarity with other oppressed groups against capitalism, capitalist occupation. Queers for the abolition of capitalism. Yep. Because they need worldwide socialism for it to work, and queer is socialist. Yup, yup, yup. Yo! $50 super chat right off the bat. I love this. Thank you, I'd better realize. We're already halfway to our super chat goal right now, and I haven't even stopped yapping yet to actually start the video. Got my first check from my new job. Got to send my appreciation to you. Can only hang for about 30 minutes. Hopefully the beginning has some juicy content. Well, we'll get into the presentation for you, but thank you so much for the nice big super chat right off the bat. I really do appreciate it. Guys, as a reminder, I do a $100 super chat goal on Socialism Saturdays just to, just keep things moving, make sure I provide myself the ability to actually be able to do this stuff full time. So the sooner we hit the $100 goal, the happier I will be for the rest of the presentation. And we're already halfway there. So that's a great way to get things started. Back to Queers for Palestine. Solidarity with victims of capitalist colonialism. Yeah, that's a really great answer. Anti-capitalist queers for ending settler oppression over Palestine. Excellent, excellent, excellent answer. See, you guys know. You guys know. No, Douglas, this isn't exactly correct. No capitalism in Palestine. Not exactly correct. The reason it's not exactly correct is they believe Israel are the settler colonists, Israel are the capitalists. The Palestinians are the oppressed proletariat who had their land stolen from them by the settler colonists, the bourgeois, the capitalists, Israel. Therefore, Palestinians are an oppressed group. They are the ones uprising to decolonize the land, take their land back from the capitalist oppressors. So it's not about no capitalism in Palestine. It's about the Palestinians are the oppressed proletariat that are overthrowing the oppressive capitalist system that they've had forced upon them. That's what they believe. I'm not saying that's what I believe. I'm saying that's what they believe. Israel is a proxy for capitalism. Exactly. Abolish capitalism categories. Well, yeah, you're right on time, Kevin. Don't worry about it. Radical leftists standing up to remove colonists from taking over their land. Yup. Queers for Palestine is like community care, meaning these folks are opposing Israel as the capitalist colonizer and demonstrating solidarity. Yes, it does. Queers for Palestine is working together in solidarity for the abolition of the capitalist system or oppression because all groups are oppressed under the capitalist system. Palestine is being oppressed by Israel. Exactly, Reagan. Exactly. See, Master Shake is being a smartass here. He's showing off his fancy 4-letter word. We are all fighting the Leviathan. He's got to be fancy about it. He's got to say, I know Leviathan means capitalism because I read Against the Gender Nightmare. See, once you understand the language of the far left and the thought process of the far left, it all makes more sense. So, guys, that is what we're going to be watching today. As a reminder, if you want to support the work I'm doing, the very best place to do so is by heading over to my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Make sure you've signed up for free email updates, if nothing else. Listen, you can support my work for $8 a month, $80 a year. I really do appreciate everyone who does. I am independently funded by people just like you. But you can sign up for free email updates on the Substack. Also, make sure you download the Substack app on your phone because I've been doing live streams during the day to talk about different issues. These live streams eventually get uploaded as podcasts to the Decode the Left podcast. You can find that on Substack. You can find that on Apple. You can find that on Spotify. You can actually listen to the podcast in the Substack app too. But you'll get notifications when I do live streams on the Substack. Then you can come and join me. One of the newest episodes I did was just the other day, maybe even yesterday, as it turns out. And it's specifically for people who are new to my work because there is a process that people have to go through when they go through my work for like the first time. That is, well, not necessarily the easiest process because you have to unlearn a lot of stuff. You have to accept that the things that you think are true about the left are probably not true because the right builds just as much of a political narrative as the left does. I don't analyze this from a right or left perspective. I just show you what's actually going on in the real world. So there is kind of like a process of going through cognitive dissonance when people find my work for the first time. I talked about that in the latest live stream I did. Again, you can also find that on the Decode the Left podcast over on the Substack. And if you appreciate what I'm doing, please support it. $8 a month, $80 a year on the Substack keeps me in business. And I can't do it without you guys. Also, as a reminder, if you are new to my work, what you want to do, one of the best crash courses you can get to my work if you want to understand the language of the left, and this is a completely free resource, head over to the How to Speak Socialist section on the Substack, and right at the top, you're going to see the 4-hour on-demand masterclass called How to Speak Socialist. Click on that, and this is going to give you 2 videos. Yes, they're 4 hours long total. I understand that. But if you want a crash course into the work I do to see a whole bunch of clips from leftist training back to back to back to back to back, so you can see what leftists across different groups think, you can hear them say it for yourself. I have that all built out for you. It's the How to Speak Socialist Masterclass. This may not be a perfect entry point, but it's pretty dang good, and it's the best thing I have for right now. I am working on other ways to try to make this easier for people. Excuse me. But this is the best I have right now. So head over there, access the on-demand training, and that's going to be a great option for new people who are learning the language of the left. Tolkien fan! In with the super sticker. Look at that. Already 70% of the way to our goal. Already. Now, is there anyone new here that has never been to a Socialism Saturday before? Any newbies? Do let us know in the chat if you are new, guys. This type of stream operates a little bit differently than other live streams on the internet because I am very literally holding a live class on the internet. This is a class. And so I do expect certain types of behavior in the chat. I also expect certain types of things to not happen in the chat. And the thing of it is, if you let us know that you're new, we're going to be prepared to help you to navigate some of this information. If you're new, you might not understand the language. Some of it might be confusing. Some of it might be overwhelming. If you feel like you're confused and you don't know what these people are saying, it is totally fine to ask questions in the chat. In fact, we want you guys to ask questions in the chat. Alex, you are not new. You, good sir, are an instigator, if nothing else. But if you are new and you are feeling overwhelmed, just understand that every single person who has ever learned this type of content, they've been in your shoes before. I had to learn this stuff live on the internet, okay? And so a lot of us have been there. We're here to help you learn. We want you to learn the language. We want you to become fluent in this just like we are. And so if you have questions at any point, even if you think it's a dumb question, please ask them in the chat and we will answer them and we will do our very best to explain it. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Kevin. Hey, Kevin, what is the left's definition of capitalism? And I'm not trying to pick on you, Kevin, but I want to demonstrate how you did not actually learn as much as you think you did from James Lindsay. Also, I know this because I have many former fans of James Lindsay in my audience. And the message that I hear consistently is that people didn't know how much James never taught them until they start watching my content. So, okay, so what's the answer? I asked you a direct question. What's the answer? Okay, so Kevin, you're not answering the question I asked you. You're not answering the question I asked you, Kevin. The question I asked you is, what is the left's definition of capitalism? That's the only thing I want to hear, Alex. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. What does that mean? No. That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. I asked you, what is the left's definition of capitalism? You learned so much from James Lindsay. Did James Lindsay ever teach you the basic 101 level content of what is the left's definition of capitalism? Kevin, do you think that the left is a Gnostic cult of some sort? Do you have some sense that this is about Gnosticism? Okay, what does that mean? What does private property ownership mean? What does that mean specifically? We're waiting. We're waiting. What does private property ownership mean? Nope. No. That's one component of private property ownership. Do you have anything else to add to that? Do you have anything else to add? Did James ever teach you this? See? But Kevin, this is the problem. This is the problem, okay? And I'm not trying to pick on you, but I promise you, when you come into my chat and you tell me you learned a lot from James Lindsay, I know that's not true, Kevin. I know that's not true. He didn't teach you the basics. Did he teach you that the left is a Gnostic cult of some sort? Did he teach you that parental rights are a form of private property under capitalism? Did he teach you the reason the left wants to abolish the nuclear family is because they believe it's a social reproduction mechanism of capitalism? Did he teach you that grooming doesn't actually mean sexualization of children? It means teaching kids that gender is not a real thing. Did he teach you that Drag Queen Story Hour, the goal of Drag Queen Story Hour has nothing to do with sexualizing kids? It has to do with teaching kids that gender isn't real. Did James teach you any of these points? We are very experienced with former James audience members in my audience. So Kevin, I'm going to recommend this for you. Yeah, see? James made it out to be a cult. James did not teach you any of the things that I just rattled off the top of my head. James said it's a cult, it's a cult, it's a cult, it's a cult, it's a Gnostic cult, it's a Gnostic sex cult, it's a queer Gnostic sex cult. And he said it over and over and over again. The reason I know this, Kevin, is I've watched a ton of James content, and I used to be a very big fan of James. And then I realized that James was full of shit, and he was making a lot of stuff up that was not grounded in reality at all. And I'm very sorry that he lied to you. But Kevin, and I would say this of anyone that might be new to my content and came to me from James, there was a time when James Lindsay was very, very good. That time ended around circa 2021. So much of the content that James has produced since early to mid 2021 has gotten more and more and more and more and more unhinged from the left. He has misinformed millions of people because he refuses to look at evidence. He refuses to talk to people who disagree with him. He refuses to take any critical feedback on what he's doing at all. If you question him at all, he blocks you, and then he smears you and he defames you. And I have evidence of every single thing I'm saying, because this is what James did to me, and it's what James has done to multiple people in my community. And I wouldn't actually be as upset about the personal attacks if James hadn't lied to millions and millions of people about what the far left is and what they believe. And his work is completely unhinged from reality. And so I actually have a great deal of sympathy for people who learned from James, spent all this time listening to James's podcast, spent all this time reading James's Twitter threads, expecting that you were learning something that was real. It's not your fault he lied to you, but now that you know that he was lying, you have to unlearn the things that he taught you. And it sucks you have to do that, but here we are. And we'll help you do that, and we will show you the real far left, and we will show you what they say, and we will explain what they believe, and all that stuff. And so you come to the right place. Anyway, guys, we do operate Socialism Saturday like a class. Because we operate it like a class, we do have some rules here. Please watch this informative video about the rules we will be following tonight for Socialism Saturday, and then we will get into the content. All right, for anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point, because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the students. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not going to coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. And how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is, if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is her hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop, because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is. All right, guys, we are getting ready for Socialism Saturday. A couple other chats I want to address. Douglas says, I can see how Marxism in the purest sense is analogous with opposite worship on the part of Gnosticism. No, Douglas. No. Douglas, the reason that you think that the left has anything to do with Gnosticism at all is because James Lindsay lied to millions of people. It was always a bullshit talking point. It has nothing to do with Gnosticism. I need you to unlearn that and blame James for it, because this talking point was entirely created by James and then him copying the work of another guy named Eric Voegelin. So James copied Eric Voegelin's work, called it his own, shilled it to millions and millions and millions of people. Both of them are wrong. The real far left has nothing to do with Gnosticism, nothing. So let's please unlearn this point, because if you hear Gnosticism coming out of anyone's mouth, those people, I promise you, have no clue about the far left at all. We also have a question from an antagonist in the chat. Can you start by explaining to me how support for Palestine is A, anti-Semitism, and B, support for Palestinian anti-Semitic agenda for Israel extermination? Godspeed. Only idiots that consume conservative Zionist content believe that anything that support for Palestine is doing is anti-Semitic, is Jew-hating, is pro-Hamas. This is another thing we call conservative bullshit talking points. Well, you're going to break the rules? Hey, guess what, girl? You just got banned, so you can't break my fucking rules. You want to come into my chat and say you're going to break my rules? You just got put in a timeout. If you come back, and you break the rules, I will put you in another timeout. If you come back again and break the rules again, we're going to permanently ban you from the channel. It's really that easy. Really that easy. Anyway, back to this. Godspeed. Have you ever heard of an organization called Jewish Voice for Peace? Do you want to know how the left is not being anti-Semitic? They literally have Jewish people organizing their protests, bro. Jewish Voice for Peace is one of the main organizing bodies of the protests that you're seeing on campuses nationwide, and they are Jewish. There is no reality in which the left is protesting in favor of Palestine because they hate Jewish people, because there are many, 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 many Jewish leftists involved in the protests. There have been rabbis on college campuses. There have been rabbis at Shabbat. I got it. This is a commie echo chamber. Bro, are you retarded? Is he still here? Are you retarded? You think we're communists. Is anyone in the chat a communist? 1 in the chat if you're a communist, 2 in the chat if you vehemently oppose communism. Let's let Godspeed know how. See, and this is the intellectually dishonest bullshit we can expect from your average conservative. And you're right, and Stephen Conglin. You're right. He also stole from Stephen Conglin. You're right about that. Let's see. Yeah, I literally just did. Have you ever heard of the organization Jewish Voice for Peace? Oh, look. You're a dishonest commie grifter. Not good enough. So you think all the Jews involved in the pro-Palestine protest are self-hating Jews? Why aren't you anti-Semitic for hating the Jews that are involved in the pro-Palestine protest? Maybe you're the one that's actually anti-Semitic. You're displaying more anti-Semitism right now than the left does. That's like saying I'm not racist because my BFF is black. Well, if your BFF is black, you're probably actually not racist. If you're best friends with a black person and you're a white person or a person of another race that isn't black, then you are probably not racist. Otherwise, you wouldn't be friends with a black person. Godspeed. I know your IQ is not up to snuff to be in my audience, bro, but we're going to play with you a little bit more. Do you really think a real racist is going to be friends with a black person? Are you really that fucking stupid? This is the level of intellect we can expect from your average conservative retards. Oh, look at that. I've got a chat full of anti-communists. Literal chat full of anti-communists. Everyone's an anti-communist. Godspeed doesn't know what he's talking about. Have I addressed the president trying to block international students? No, and I'm not going to get into that tonight, but thank you for the question. I'm just not going to get into it tonight. I don't care enough to get into that discussion tonight. Look at this. We know exactly who this is now. This is a James Lindsay fan, and we know exactly what 500-pound whale this James Lindsay fan is. We know exactly who this is. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. These are your actual James Lindsay fans. Hi, Jill. Hi, Jill. This is the favorite stalker. Yeah. Do you guys want to see who this is? Yeah, you did call it. Hang on. Let us remind ourselves who we're talking to right now. I just need to find the photo. I know. It always takes a moment. I really should just have it up and ready to go, but I don't. Oh, why can't I find this quicker? Okay, hang on. Hang on. It is desperately important to my amusement that people know who we're talking to right now. Hang on 1 second. Who we are talking to right now is a James Lindsay supporter who goes by Poetry Painter on Twitter. Poetry Painter is obsessed with me. Poetry Painter makes multiple accounts every single day to come in my chat and cause problems. Poetry Painter is obsessed with James. Poetry Painter has been stalking me for 4 fucking years. Every single day, this whale of a human being watches every single stream I do to report back to James, to try to clip me out of context, to give clips to James that she thinks makes me look bad, but oftentimes actually just makes me look awesome because Poetry Painter is a low IQ retard. And I'm about to show you what Poetry Painter looks like, just so you guys have a clear sense of what we're dealing with here. And then we're going to ban this person, and then we're going to go right into our main content, which is actually significantly more important. This is who we're talking to right now. This is who we're talking to. This is who we're talking to. Yep. This is what Jill and James Lindsay think of you guys. This is who we're talking to. If you feel like this person is a credible person that you want to follow, then you will fit in very well with James Lindsay's audience. If you feel like saying, "You're a grifter with no evidence," Jill, I know you're not the brightest person in the world, but I literally have thousands of hours of archive trainings on my YouTube channel, bitch. I literally have thousands of fucking clips. I have articles breaking all this stuff down, showing you real information from the left. I know you're not very smart. I know you like to pretend you are. I know James likes to butter you up because you send him clips of me. But anyone with a working, functional brain knows that I have provided proof of this over and over and over again. And we're probably going to see more tonight. And this is what we expect from James Lindsay's audience, guys. James Lindsay's audience is not smart enough to assimilate evidence. James Lindsay's audience is not even smart enough to interact with primary sources. All James Lindsay's audience does is come and cause problems and insults me and insults other people and comes and says, "You're a grifter," over and over. And everyone in my audience knows who she is because she does this shit all the fucking time. Let's just see. I'm just going through the chat, catching up in the chat. Well, Douglas, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. That's a question best left unanswered, okay? We wouldn't even be talking about James right now had people not brought him up. Yeah, it's like when Shaggy pulls the mask off and we can see who the villain really is. Yep. James is sending his best tonight, trying to distract. Do you guys remember there was like several weeks in a row where James Lindsay went on Twitter threads about me, like during Socialism Saturday? It's like he always times this shit during Socialism Saturday. Yup, and her Twitter is going to be updated soon saying, I don't know why Karlyn thinks it's me. Yeah, well, how would you know that if you weren't watching, you fat fucking bitch? Yep, she's literally holding the entire stream up from watching evidence because she doesn't want people to see it. It's a great question, Zachary. It's a great question. You know what? We don't need to worry about that anymore. We have dispensed with the infiltrator whale. And now we're going to do our real work, okay? Is everyone ready to watch some socialism? It's got to set the sound up. We're going to go back and ban Godspeed, of course. Oh, did someone already do it? Let me just make sure I do it for real. Hi, user on channel. Okay, Godspeed is banned. We never have to hear from that account again. But don't worry, because Jill is a psycho stalker and she will make another account. And she will be back probably next time to do the same thing over and over. And that's all right. We are ready to watch socialism, guys. We are watching No Pride in Genocide, Queer and Trans Solidarity with Palestine. If you guys have questions as we make our way through this presentation, please chat them in and let me know. We are about $25 and change away from our super chat goal. So hopefully we can get there soon. And let's get this party started.
Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Beautiful. Amazing. Thank you. It feels good, doesn't it, to scream? So yeah. Yes, we are all screaming internally. I'm aware. So welcome to everybody. We are gathered here tonight for this magical event. I'm going to ask Connor to go to the next slide, please. And I'm going to try to move away from the mic so I'm not making those noises. Can you all still hear me?
No.
The breathy. No, you can't? Okay. Hello. Okay, I'll try to just talk like this and not make those noises. Is that better? Yeah? Okay. I'm going to do my best.
Okay.
Okay, so
I'm going to turn my microphone down because their volume is a little soft. And what I need everyone to do, this only works if we work together, okay? I'm turning my microphone down, and I need everyone to turn the volume on their computer up. This is our typical socialist audio technical difficulty problem. Socialists suck at audio. So I have now turned my microphone down. Everyone turn their volume up on their computer and let me know if I need to make further adjustments to level it out.
we have the plan for what we're going to do together tonight. I'm going to share
Is that
some
better?
logistical
Is that okay?
info. We're going to have a brief introduction, locating us in this space and on this land. We're going to have a chance to just do a 5-minute check-in with each other. If you've been to an Education for Liberation event before, you know that we like to give a chance to people, not just to hear from the front, but to talk to each other, so that we can build community and know each other. Then we'll have the panel discussion. I'm going to have a conversation with our 3 magical speakers. I'll ask them 3 questions. They will all respond. They will probably respond to each other as well. And then after that, we'll have a chance for discussion among y'all. We'll give you a couple questions to chat about in small groups, so whoever is around you. After that, we'll come back for a Q&A. We have about 30 minutes booked for that. Pardon me. And then for the closing, usually the end of event, it's kind of a like footnotes, like, okay, bye, we heard what we wanted to hear. For us, it's actually a really important moment because the education that we're hoping to help people engage in, if it's actual, popular community-based education, we want it to lead to some action that we can all take. So at the end, we'll have the opportunity just to consider the paths for action that you hopefully received the handout when you came in. If you didn't, we will get them to you, and folks can consider what they
Hey,
as action.
check this out. I have a kick stream going now, And the first integrated chat on the Kick stream is someone who says, I look dead inside. Yeah, I guess you're entitled to your opinion. Maybe you should stick around and watch some socialism. No, I'm cool, bro. I'm cool. Relax. Stick around, watch some socialism. Welcome to people over on Kick. You know, I used to stream on Kick, but it was just such a pain in the ass to set up that I stopped streaming on Kick, because also no one really watches over there. And so, you know, hey, now that I can just stream on Kick without really doing anything additional, and I can see people chatting in over on Kick, if you're on Kick, hey, welcome. Watch some socialism.
With the knowledge gathered this evening. All right, next slide, please.
The chat is yours, my friend.
Okay. So,
the chat is yours.
Education for Liberation Collective. We just wanted to let you know who we are. Out of curiosity, folks here tonight, who had heard of Education for Liberation before this event? Okay, cool. Good to have some fans. And if you didn't, that's cool too. Basically, we formed last fall. We want to offer popular education on radical topics, help people understand, better understand, because people already have an understanding for sure.
Radical generally means revolutionary socialist.
But better understand power, how it works, how we can actually build power as regular people as well. And also we want to create community spaces like this one for people to come together. This is our third event. Our previous ones, our first one was here as well. It was about Canadian complicity in Israeli apartheid. Just a little check if anybody attended that one, either here or online. Yeah, cool, nice. And then we also had one in March about the overdose crisis at Tom Brown Arena. Anybody go to that one? Yeah, cool. And the amazing Marina was the facilitator of that. She's over there. Yes. All right. Okay. We wanted to mention at the start briefly why we require masks at our events. I'll just outline it briefly for folks, but I will take a sip of water before I do that.
Why do you require masks? Tell us.
So despite the efforts of many people to protect our collective health and well-being, in our capitalist and increasingly fascist society, political and corporate leaders have basically chosen profits and individual gain over protecting our collective health and well-being. This choice by those in power has led to more people getting infected, contracting long COVID, and or dying of this illness. It has also meant that many of those who are most vulnerable to respiratory illnesses can't participate in a lot of public spaces because they can't risk the chance of getting infected with a respiratory illness. So we deeply value gathering in person. We believe this is essential to building community and to building the trust that we need to build movements that can create transformational change. At the same time, we think it's important to care for one another amid the ongoing spread of respiratory
collective care,
illnesses.
you say? Collective
Our
care?
goal is to help protect ourselves and the people around
care?
us who may be at higher risk of severe infection by COVID-19 and other respiratory viruses and bacteria like RSV, the flu, measles, which has made a comeback in Ontario. In the spaces we create, we aim to minimize as much as we can the possibility of anyone getting sick or becoming disabled by long COVID because they contracted an illness at our event. Seeing other radical leftist groups take this measure has inspired us to explain why we do it as well, because we just thought,
hang on. We already have some people, probably former James Lindsay supporters, that are in the chat that don't seem to understand what they're hearing. We're going to listen to it again. Kevin, it's like you weren't listening earlier. It's like you weren't listening earlier when I explained clearly that this is not a virtue signal. If you believe that them wearing a mask is a virtue signal, which is what you're indicating when you say it's an armband, it is not an armband. That's not why they're doing it. That is not the point at all. I need you to listen to this again, and I need you to listen carefully, and I need you to discard that talking point from your arsenal. We also have Zachary. Zachary, just say it's to protect your identity from exposure. Zachary, they're in a private meeting right now with them. This is a private meeting. This is a leftist space. They're not at a protest right now. They are at a private training for them. The people on the camera are going to take their masks off when they're presenting. If they were wearing the mask to protect their identity, they wouldn't take them off when they're presenting. Do you normally go to a private space with your right-wing friends and all protect your identities because you're afraid of your other right-wing friends knowing who you are? These people know each other in this room. There's no reason for them to protect their identities from each other. They literally know each other. That's not why they're doing it. We're going to listen again. We're going to listen again. That was a great clip, though. Everyone just heard them say that why they wear masks. They wear masks because they believe that the pandemic is still a real thing, that the virus is still real, and this is a form of community care that they offer to be in solidarity with the other people in their community so that everyone can feel like they have a place to participate. Let's go back and listen again for people who may have missed it. And oh, by the way, they said capitalism literally at the very beginning of this clip. Hang on, I'm just going to record this, hopefully. Record. Hopefully the clipping tool. Oh, clipping tool's not working. Oh, look, Jill's back. Jill is back. Jill is back under another account. I'm very sorry, Jill. I'm very sorry. We're not wasting any more time on you. I'm just going to go ahead and ban you on this one too. Goodbye. All right, let's try again. One more time. Is it still not working? Of course it's not working. Why would my clipping tool be working when I need it to work? Why would that happen? Oh, it's working. It's working. No one touch anything. The clipping tool is working. Okay. All right. Let's get this whole clip all in one. Everyone pay attention to what they're saying. Make notes in the chat if you want.
The facilitator of that, she's over there. Yes. All right. Okay. We wanted to mention at the start briefly why we require masks at our events. So I'll just outline it briefly for folks, but I will take a sip of water before I do that. So despite the efforts of many people to protect our collective health and well-being in our capitalist and increasingly fascist society, political and corporate leaders have basically chosen profits and individual gain over protecting our collective health and well-being. This choice by those in power has led to more people getting infected, contracting long COVID, and or dying of this illness. It has also meant that many of those who are most vulnerable to respiratory illnesses can't participate in a lot of public spaces because they can't risk the chance of getting infected with a respiratory illness. So we deeply value gathering in person. We believe this is essential to building community and to building the trust that we need to build movements that can create transformational change. At the same time, we think it's important to care for one another amid the ongoing spread of respiratory illnesses. Our goal is to help protect ourselves and the people around us who may be at higher risk of severe infection by COVID-19 and other respiratory viruses and bacteria like RSV, the flu, measles, which has made a comeback in Ontario. In the spaces we create, we aim to minimize as much as we can the possibility of anyone getting sick or becoming disabled by long COVID because they contracted an illness at our event. Seeing other radical leftist groups take this measure has inspired us to explain why we do it as well, because we just thought we wanted to share that with y'all. So okay. Some appreciation for masking.
Appreciation for masking.
Okay. Tonight the speakers will remove their masks when speaking, but otherwise we ask that folks keep it on if you need to.
So I just want to make sure, and I'm making sure this clip actually saves before we continue. So I just want to make sure everyone understands why they're wearing masks, right? This is not a virtue signal for them. They actually do believe this is and the reason this is important is because they're telling you, through virtue of their actions, they're telling you what type of world they want to create. This isn't just about masks. Understanding the underlying reason of why they're doing the masking, which is that they see themselves in obligation to everyone else in their community. Why were you putting a timeout, bitch? Because you said you were going to break the rules in my chat. You said you were going to break the rules. Okay, let's just make this really clear. I'm trying to teach a class right now. You are new here. You're being disruptive. I don't like people who are disruptive. If you break the rules again in my chat, you're going to be permanently banned. If you want to be here to learn, you are allowed to be. Really? Okay. Bye. Like, where are these people coming from tonight? I swear to God. You don't even know how I broke the rules. I do know, actually. You said you're going to break the rules in my chat. You overtly said you're going to break the rules. That's how I know. All right. So the reason that we are concerned about this stuff is that leftists are telling us how they see the world. This is not just an issue about masking. This is an issue about understanding how they see themselves, understanding how they operate in the world, understanding what type of world they want to create, because this is how we know how to predict what they're going to do next. All right. So I know it sounds fun. It's fun to like own the libs or whatever. Why are they still wearing masks? It's a virtue saying no. They're just trying to protect their identities. No, there is a real reason they're doing this. And it has to do with their worldview, where they believe that they are in solidarity. That's what the fist is, with everyone else in their community. And they are the caretakers of everyone in the community. That might sound like a good thing, but just consider the fact that this worldview leads to no parental rights and kids being raised by the collective. And I don't think anyone wants that either. I did not see what happened to Wurzelroot. No, let me know what happened to Wurzelroot.
To take a sip of a drink or eat some food, please just go out to the main entryway area so that we can keep the seal, so to speak, as best we can in this room. So these are all small things we can do to care for each other. And this is all.
No, it cannot be that their worldview is to virtue signal. Do you know whose worldview involves virtue signaling? Conservatives. This is what we call a conservative bullshit talking point. Their worldview is not to virtue signal. If their worldview was purely a virtue signal, they wouldn't be kicking your ass at every possible turn. They wouldn't have taken over every major institution in the country. They wouldn't have taught your kids to trans themselves and cut off their body parts. This is not a virtue signal. If you don't want to accept this, then you're not smart enough to be here. I'm really not gonna say this again, guys. If there are conservative retards that don't want to accept reality, you guys can go over to Fox News or the Daily Wire or go to James Lindsay and they'll lie to you and they'll tell you all sorts of crazy shit that isn't real. And you can keep going, it's a virtue signal. And you can keep looking like retards. And that's your choice. You are welcome to continue to looking like retards. Like you're not going to do it here. Oh, well, that was a long time ago. We don't like to talk about that anymore. Hey, I'm Jack. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Troll. Every time a troll comes in my chat, someone should send me money. I think that's a really good idea. Think that's a really, really good idea. Yep, the conservatives think they can own the libs, but in reality, it's the libs who are owning the conservatives. The mask is a symbol of solidarity with their community as a caretaker. Well, it's not just that yes, it is that they're in solidarity with their community, but they believe that everyone is a caretaker of everyone else. Everyone has an obligation to everyone else. This is where universal healthcare comes from. The whole idea behind universal healthcare is we have an obligation to make sure everyone else's healthcare is taken care of. We need to pay for everyone else's healthcare needs. That's what universal healthcare is. It's the same philosophy that leads them to wear the mask. We are responsible for the health of everyone else. They're saying that I am responsible for your health and you are responsible for my health. And therefore, we need to act like that. That is what they are saying. It's not a virtue signal. They're literally trying to legislate this and have been for a very long time. No. Don't ever do this shit in my chat again. No Fed posting. What the fuck is going on tonight? Why are people being insane in the chat? Oh, we've got an actual communist here. Okay, that'll be fun. Actual communists are welcome here, but don't be disruptive or I'm going to ban you. Is there a hidden goal behind their support of Palestine? They support Palestine because they believe Israel are the settler colonists, and Israel stole the land from the indigenous people, and the indigenous people, the Palestinians, are in a decolonization effort to uprise and overthrow their settler colonist oppressors. It's a bourgeois proletariat narrative. It's an oppressor-oppressed narrative. That's all it is. That is literally all it is. It has nothing to do with Jews. It has nothing to do with Israel. It has nothing to do with nothing other than that. Yes, this is the wake of yesterday's stream. Okay, let's keep going.
Part of building the world that we want that does not tolerate genocide in any of its forms, right? We're also streaming this event. Welcome to the folks tuning in online. And thank you to Connor over here and Karlyn, who's remotely helping out, holding it down online. If you want to access the recording, you can.
That's really what it's not me.
Because we'll be sending it out.
Definitely not me.
On Instagram at Education for Liberation, education.for.liberation. Education for Liberation without the dots.
Thanks, Suzanne.
So we will share it that way. If you need a washroom, directly to the left when you exit this room, that is where the washrooms are. Name tags. You'll notice that we gave folks name tags when they arrived. This is both to help us get to know each other, but also to help us foster respect for the use of any pronouns anyone who's participating tonight would prefer to be used when we talk to them or about them. There's also no obligation to include your pronouns on your name tag if that is not your job.
Hey, Zachary, with the putting us over the goal for tonight. Thank you, Zachary. Much respect to you, teacher. Sorry about the trolls. Listen, it's okay to get things wrong, especially if you're new to this content. It's okay to get things wrong. What I ask though, when I correct people on when they're wrong, is just to be receptive to the information. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm trying to make sure we're very clear on why these things are happening. So thank you, Zachary. I appreciate it. Now, just because we hit the goal doesn't mean you guys can't give me money. Just so you know, just because we hit the goal doesn't mean you guys can't give me money. See, look at this. Look at this. Is someone stream sniping me? See, look at this. This is either someone's having Jill might be having a lot of feelings tonight. This is Jill's 4th account. Oh, look at this. Look at this. I'm not this person said I'm not this Jill bitch before I even said Jill's name. Wow. Bro, you missed number 3 though. You missed number 3. So this is your typical James Lindsay supporter right here. You're a narcissist. Yeah. I'm definitely not that person that you claim I am, even though I'm naming her specifically when you didn't even say the name. Where's number 3, bro? Do you know how to count? You are an unhinged commie echo chamber. All right, Kenneth. Goodbye. You're banned. Yeah, seriously, bro. Do you need to go to the hospital? Do you need help?
Jam. We've got 2 photographers here tonight, Anik and Matt. They will be taking photos and we will be doing photo posts and stuff. If you do not want to be in the photos that we share for this event, we've got little stickers with a little X on them that you can put on so that we can make sure not to share any photos of you. If you need one and didn't manage to grab one, feel free to pop out, or we can get somebody you can raise your hand and we can get someone to hand them to you. Alternatively, you can also flag us down at the end just to make sure that we know that you don't want to be photographed. And we understand there's lots of reasons why that folks don't want to be in photos. So really no problem. And the last thing to mention is that probably won't happen, but should there be a situation where someone's trying to, in bad faith, disrupt the event, we've got a couple folks here ready to intervene calmly and de-escalate the situation. Likely won't happen, but we just wanted to be ready if it did, because we want this space to be one where everybody can feel respected and safe, or as safe as we can try to be. So those are our logistical details for you. Thank you for listening. We will pass to the next part. Thank you, Connor. Okay, so no pride in genocide from Turtle Island to Palestine. Tonight, we're here to learn about queer and trans solidarity with Palestine and the many layers of meaning behind the slogan, "No Pride in Genocide." On these unceded, unsurrendered lands of
Land
the Algonquin
blessing!
Anishinaabe people, we have to anchor any discussion of genocide.
See, Rottweiler thought there wasn't going to be a land blessing, but I had faith in the Canadians. The Canadians always do a fucking land blessing. Even the king did a land blessing this week. Did you guys see that? King Charles opened up Parliament in Canada and gave a speech in which he started with a land blessing. I was like, no, Charles. No, don't do it, Charles. Don't do it. But he did it. He did it. Nothing happens in Canada without a land blessing.
Apartheid, and occupation in an ongoing awareness that these colonial processes are also ongoing on the lands where we live. We must hold at the front of our minds the fact that our society is built on the same violent process of land theft, colonization, and genocide that we are seeing in Palestine.
There it is.
Through this murderous process, here and there, colonizing powers have violently imposed Western, heteropatriarchal, and capitalist institutions and white supremacist ideology. The institution where we are tonight,
everything
St. Paul
I said.
University, was founded by the Congregation of the Missionary Oblates of Mary Immaculate, which is part of the Catholic Church. The Oblates operated 48 residential schools in Western and Northern Canada, at which 707 Oblate priests worked. The Indigenous people.
Yes, she did say capitalism. She literally said capitalism. We'll rewind it and start it again. Listen, guys, land blessings are to mourn the theft of the land. And the reason that they're connecting this to Palestine is, again, I've said this a couple times, but I'll say it again just to make a nice little clip. The reason they're connecting this to Palestine is that the reason the left is on the side of the Palestinians is because Israel represents the settler colonists. It has nothing to do with them being Jewish. They could literally be. Americans are settler colonists too. They also believe the same thing about the American government and our current country as they do about Israel. They also, by the way, believe the same thing about the United Kingdom and imperialism and all that stuff. And so it has nothing to do with them being Jewish because they believe the same thing about a lot of non-Jewish groups. Okay. So Israel are the settler colonists. Israel stole the land from the indigenous people. The reason the left does land blessings is because they are mourning the theft of the land from the indigenous people. And so this is their way of mourning that. They're saying they took our land and they privatized it under the oppressive force of capitalism. She literally used the word capitalism. Capitalism to the left means private property ownership, your ability to own home, land, all that stuff. Okay. So that's what's going on here. It has nothing to do with Palestinians being Muslim. It has nothing to do with Israelis being Jewish. It has to do with Israel being the bourgeois, capitalist, settler colonists, the Palestinians being the oppressed proletariat who had their land stolen, and they're engaging in a decolonization effort to take back their land. That is what the issue is. Listen to them say it again.
Apartheid and occupation. In an ongoing awareness that these colonial processes are also ongoing on the lands where we live. We must hold at the front of our minds the fact that our society is built on the same violent process of land theft, colonization, and genocide that we are seeing in Palestine. Through this murderous process, here and there, colonizing powers have violently imposed Western, heteropatriarchal, and capitalist institutions and white supremacist ideology.
All that means capitalism.
The institution where we are tonight, St. Paul University, was founded by the Congregation of the Missionary Oblates of Mary Immaculate, which is part of the Catholic Church. The Oblates operated 48 residential schools in Western and Northern Canada, at which 707 Oblate priests worked. The Indigenous people of these lands continue to fight for truth and justice. In December 2024, the Oblates signed an agreement with the National Commission for Truth and Reconciliation to enable researchers to access the personnel records of Oblate priests who worked at residential schools 2 years following their death, as opposed to only being able to access them 50 years after their death, which was the original protocol. So this is accelerated access that has been agreed to. The Oblates also agreed to fund a 1-year archivist position at the National Center for Truth.
No, it is not a very broad definition of capitalism. It's actually a very specific definition of capitalism. When they say capitalism, they mean private property ownership. By private property ownership, they mean bourgeois property, property that you can use to create individual privatized wealth, your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether that private business be big or small. Your parental rights are also considered to be a form of private property because parental rights means that you get to pass generational wealth from parent to child, which keeps that wealth privatized and away from the collective. So no, it is not a broad definition of capitalism. It is a very specific definition of capitalism that they use over and over and over and over and over again, except in relation to the Palestinians and what's going on in the Middle East. The most important part of that definition comes back to land ownership. That is what we're talking about, land ownership. So if you have questions about that, please let me know.
And reconciliation to
Yeah, I'm not gonna, I don't want to see any more comments about her voice. I don't give a flying fuck if you like her voice. I don't give a flying fuck if you find her voice annoying. What I need you to do is be an adult, put on your fucking big boy pants, and listen to what she is saying from a detached perspective so we can analyze the information. Your feelings about her voice does not change what she is saying.
help process the records. The truth must be understood so that there may be reparations, restitution, and actual, genuine reconciliation based on the truth of the history of these lands. Tonight, let's also remember that here on Turtle Island and there in Palestine, with colonization came the imposition of Eurocentric concepts of gender and sexuality.
Oh,
For example, British colonizers imposed laws banning homosexual acts both on Turtle Island and in Palestine under the British Mandate. By imposing patriarchal white supremacy, colonization has obscured and repressed the incredibly diverse ways that gender and sexuality can be expressed in Indigenous cultures.
so what did she just say? What did she just say? You love a good correcting. I love that, Suzanne. I love it. Oh no. Oh no. You don't understand the hierarchy of this channel, do you? You don't understand what we're doing here, do you? You are not in charge. I am in charge. You are in my classroom. When you are in my classroom, you're going to show me respect. You're going to show everyone else in the chat respect. And you're getting put in a timeout now. Do not insult me. Do not insult anyone else in the chat. If you come back from that timeout and break my rules again, you're going to be permanently banned. Yeah, the person with the triggering account got triggered. Well, imagine my shock. But more importantly, what did she just say? So what is the most common owning the libs conservative thing that happens when you bring up Queers for Palestine? Don't they know that gay people get thrown off roofs? That's the most common, like, owning the libs thing conservatives say, right? What did she just say? Homophobia was forced on the Palestinians by the European settler colonists, I'm pretty sure what she just said. We'll go back. But she's literally saying, hey guys, you want to know why there's so much homophobia in the Middle East? It's because of the colonists. Now, whether or not that's true, it doesn't matter whether or not that's true. That's what they believe.
And there in Palestine, with colonization came the imposition of Eurocentric concepts of gender and sexuality. For example, British colonizers imposed laws banning homosexual acts both on Turtle Island and in Palestine under the British Mandate.
So British colonizers imposed homophobia on the Palestinians, and that's why they throw gay people off roofs. That's basically what she says. She's like, this came from the colonists.
By imposing patriarchal white supremacy, colonization has obscured and repressed the incredibly diverse ways that gender and sexuality can be expressed in Indigenous cultures. We can see one legacy of these colonial policies in the 231 calls to justice for missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people issued in the inquiry report in 2019. Only 2, so that's 2 out of 231, have been completed. To ground us for the panel discussion, which we hope will help folks move to action, I want to share the words of renowned Michi Sagig Nishnabeg, feminist writer, academic, and musician, Leanne Bedesamosake Simpson. She has written about queerness and indigeneity, including in her compelling book, As We Have Always Done, Indigenous Freedom Through Radical Resistance. The words I'm going to share with you are from the 2022 book Rehearsals for Living, which Simpson co-wrote with Black abolitionist scholar and organizer Robin Maynard. Simpson's description of her Anishinaabe ancestors' commitment to building life reminds me of how Palestinians and queer and trans people do the same. Oh, there we go. What I can learn from my ancestors, quote, what I can learn from my ancestors about, quote, Armageddon in effect, quote, as Public Enemy says, is that we world build anyway, as a practice, as a way of life. In the bush, my ancestors got up and built life every day, no matter what. They built life, even if it only lasted for a fraction of a second at the hands of the colonial death machine. They built it anyway, over and over, because they believed the practice of life building to be the essence of life and crucial for the generation of more life, or Mino Bima Diziwen. They knew that even if life was taken away from them, this practice of world building might still plant seeds for others, both human and non-human. This practice of collective world building might unlock knowledge that has the potential to nurture more than life-giving beginnings. This wisdom comes from the land. So wanted to share those words to connect what we're talking about tonight to the struggles on these lands. I think we're ready for a really amazing conversation. I'm going to introduce who we've got with us tonight. Then we're going to have a chance for y'all to check in with each other. And then after that, we'll get to the panel. So let's get their names up there on the next slide, please. Right, so we have with us next to me, Maria Fakouri. Maria is a proud queer Palestinian psychotherapist, poet, and writer. There's a lot of alliteration. Proud queer.
Queer psychotherapist.
Poet and writer. I guess psychotherapist, you don't pronounce the P, but anyway. She does work in local advocacy for Palestine, and she advocates online through her Instagram platform at mar._unfiltered. Yes, let's clap for each of them. Next to Maria, we have Natalie Correto. Natalie is an associate professor of feminism and sexuality at the Simone de Beauvoir Institute at Concordia University. Her research investigates the politics of solidarity under neoliberalism, with areas of focus ranging across responses to war in the Middle East, refugee crises, queer activism, and gender and sexuality pedagogies. Alongside her academic work, she has over 20 years of experience in activism, including campus and union organizing, popular education, and the Palestine Solidarity Movement. Welcome. And last but not least, we have Masha Davidovich. She was born in Belgrade in the former Yugoslavia and lives here on occupied, unsurrendered Algonquin territory. She is an elected member of the national executive of her union, the Canadian Association of Professional Employees, CAPE, which represents about 28,000 public servants.
All unions are socialist.
Yeah, represent. She organizes across labor, Palestine solidarity, and queer and trans movements in Ottawa. Welcome, Masha. Right, moving along. If you could move to the next slide, my dear Connor. We asked folks when you registered what you know about the subject. Part of the work that we're doing is trying to find out where people are at and meet you, and as much as we can, do stuff that meets your interests and needs as folks who want to learn.
So I just want to point to that because they're kind of saying it. They're kind of giving away the punchline on the slide. Why is Queers for Palestine a thing? Because the left is trying to draw connections between struggles, connections to the larger fight against fascist, far-right, authoritarian regimes. The left is saying the Palestinians are in a decolonization, a decapitalization effort against their capitalist oppressors, the settler colonists of Israel. Queers are also in a struggle against the capitalist, oppressive. No. Tom, I understand that you're new, but we are going to either beat this inclination out of you before the end of the night, or you're going to learn something and start to see this differently. This is unproductive. They are not insane. They have a very specific worldview. I am going out of my way to try to explain to you in as plain English as I can what their worldview is so that you can understand it. When you say things like, they're just insane, you are dismissing them, which means that it is inevitable that you will lose to them. And I don't want to lose to them, and I don't want to be on the side of losers. So what I need you to do if you're new, unless you have a very specific question, is to stop talking and to listen to what is being said. So no, it's not because they're insane. Capitalism is what they want to abolish. Capitalism means private property ownership. One of the things that private property ownership means is land. That's what the question is. The left believes that capitalism has created all oppression. Capitalism has created the oppression of the Palestinians. They've already said that in this presentation. Capitalism also oppresses queer people. Therefore, the Palestinians and queer people are in solidarity because they're both being oppressed by capitalism. That is what they're saying. Do you think that one of the reasons they're pro-Palestine is that Jews are seen as white while Palestinians are viewed as brown? Nope, not in any way. That is a dissident right-wing talking point that is not grounded into reality with what the left believes at all. So no, it has nothing to do with skin color. Most of them are white. They don't care about skin color. They care about systemic issues. Systemic issues are issues related to capitalism. See, that's all I'm asking for. No harm, no foul. It's all good.
Those who registered, we asked your knowledge level of this topic. Most people said medium. We have also some folks who said low, who are new to this subject. And then we have folks who said high, but most people said medium. Like any space with adults who are learning, we have a varying level of knowledge in the room. And we're going to have a great conversation that hopefully meets the needs of everybody. We also asked folks what they're most excited to learn about. We can't cover everything that folks mentioned, but we just want to share the themes of what people said. So folks are interested in learning about connections between the struggles and the connections to the larger fight against fascist, far-right, and authoritarian regimes.
That all means capitalism.
Folks are interested in supporting queer and trans Palestinians in Palestine and the diaspora. Folks wanted to learn about challenges and successes in building a more intersectional solidarity movement for Palestine and effective tactics or strategies in challenging pinkwashing.
Intersectional means all of the different ways you're oppressed by capitalism. So that's why they're using that.
So these all really fit into what we're going to have the conversation about, but we want to just make sure to reflect back to folks what we heard from you as we go into this discussion. So before we get going, I'm just going to invite folks, take a couple minutes to turn to the person next to you. And you've got your instructions up there. Talk about what's your knowledge level of this topic? What are you looking forward to learning about? Or anything else you feel like discussing. So just take a few minutes and I will bring you back and move to the main event, our panel discussion. So I'm going to ask some questions to our amazing comrades. They're going to share their remarks.
Comrades.
And here we go. So let me move to the next slide. Thank you. All right. So I actually do want to ask, in addition to this question, why do many queer and trans people identify with and support the struggle for Palestinian liberation? When you answer, if you want to also just start with how you're feeling tonight, how you're doing. Somebody actually asked that in the registration questions. And I thought it was quite nice. And it's also just it's good to know. We're talking about a really intense, big thing. And it's cool to know how you're feeling at the moment. So why do many queer and trans people identify with and support the struggle for Palestinian liberation? Who would like to begin this momentous question?
I don't mind going.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Hold on.
So, what is oh, is it not on? Hello?
Uh-oh. Audio issues again.
Oh no, this okay. How's this? If I
Ah.
talk here?
Better.
Okay, gorgeous. What? So, hello. How am I feeling today? I have to say, I am so I feel so like heartened by this moment. I'm here as a queer Palestinian and speaking to a room full of people and saying those things. If you had told me as a young person, as a teenager, that I would be having this moment right now, I would be absolutely blown away and probably scared to hear that I would be doing such a thing. So for me, it's a very full circle moment. I'm really happy, and thank you all so much for being here. It's a beautiful thing.
And by the way, just to go back to the guy holding it down over on Kick who asked this question, I don't want you to take my word for it. I want you to listen to what this presentation says, and I want you to listen to what they're not saying. You're not going to hear them talk about white people in this presentation. If they do talk about quote unquote white supremacy or whiteness, it's going to be a reference to the system. And you're going to hear that when you hear it within context. They're not talking about skin color. They're talking about the system that upholds racism, which means capitalism to them. They're also not going to talk about how the Palestinians are like their skin color being brown. They're not going to talk about that. They're going to talk about the Palestinians being oppressed by the settler colonists, which means Israel stole their land. And so you don't have to take my word for it. Just listen to all the things they're not saying in this presentation, because if it really was about white skin color versus brown skin color, and by the way, they don't see the Jews as white either. There are a lot of Jewish people within leftist movements. They don't see the Jews as white either. But like, if it really was about skin color, they would be talking about it, and you're not going to hear them talking about it.
Why do so many queer and trans people identify with the struggle for Palestine? I mean, aside from the fact of, like basic morality.
Morality.
I think that as queer people, at least coming up in this, in this context, in this culture, queer people know what it is to be discriminated against. One, queer people know what it is to be misunderstood. Queer people know what it's like to have misinformation and propaganda about you and your body and whether or not you are worthy of love and care and bodily autonomy. Queer people have had to reshape their lives. Some of us have had to step away from family members, from friends, from communities. We've had to have tough conversations and change the way that we connect with other people. We've had to grieve different relationships that we've had in our lives that didn't support us. And so I think that queer people, just by virtue of a life experience of rejection, I don't know any queer person who has not known what it feels like to be.
Where are all of these fucking retards coming from tonight? What is going on? Bro, do you think that you're talking to communists right now? Do you understand where you are? Every utopia. This guy waited 5 minutes to subscribe to my channel to do this. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Every utopia experiment that abolished private property and personal boundaries always ended in collapse, yet people like you insist on trying the same thing, expecting a different result. These are the types of low IQ retards we find on the right. Well, you don't seem to understand that we're not communists, so I guess I'm going to have to discard your opinion on my mental health. Well, bitch, you fucked with the wrong guy. I don't know what bitch niggas you used to be playing with. That ain't me. That Illuminati used to be just like you. Now you'll end up just like her. Golly gee, that kind of sounds like a threat. And so we're going to go ahead and ban you, because I don't think we should be allowing threats here. Let's keep going. Yeah, so some guy on Twitter the other day, was like, "You are a psychologist. You're not supposed to be talking like this. I'm going to report you to the APA." And I was like, I was like, well, you can try to report me to the APA if you want, but I'm not a member of the APA, so they don't have any power over me. And they were like, the APA can take away your license to practice. And I was like, joke's on you, asshole. I'm an industrial organizational psychologist. I never needed a license in the first place. So go ahead and report me all you want. Don't mean nothing. They can't do anything to me, literally. And then he was like, they're going to destroy your reputation. I was like, all right, bro.
Judged and rejected, we are so beautifully equipped to hold space for other people who have been misaligned in that same way, and we feel with that. Because if you don't know what it's like to be judged and, you know, shamed for the right to exist in your body, then it might be harder for you to get
Thanks,
to a point
Donnie
where you're like,
girl.
oh, maybe other people
Appreciate
also
you.
deserve bodily autonomy. Basic things. And that's it for me on this one, I think, for now.
Oh, the button that says push, not the light. Okay. Thank you so much for this invitation to be here. I'm feeling very moved by the number of people who've come out tonight and very grateful to be part of this conversation.
Hang on, we got a super chat from Dragon Balls. Thank you, Dragon Balls. Hope your day of boat racing went well. Notice that none of her queer reasons had to do with sexuality, lifestyle, or orientation. The commonalities are all related to suppression and feeling. This is a great point. Just for people who are new, being queer is not about being gay. It's not about being trans. Queer is a far-left political ideology that is designed to undermine capitalism by attacking the gender binary and the nuclear family. None of the reasons that person, that queer Palestinian gave had to do with being gay or trans or any of that. It was purely about oppression. What are they oppressed by? They're oppressed by capitalism. Thanks, Dragon Balls.
I guess I'll do some of the more like historical conversation component of, I think, some of tonight. One of the things I didn't include in the bio was that I was a member and co-organizer with a group called Queers Against Israeli Apartheid in Toronto from 2009 to 2014. The group started in 2008. And was part of also
this is another really great point. I'm sorry I'm making so many interruptions, but this person
transnational
nope, stop talking. This person just said they were part of a Queers for Palestine movement in Toronto in 2009. 2008, 2009. I point this out because Queers for Palestine is not actually a new thing. It's not. It did not start after October 7th. Queers for Palestine has been around for a really long time. I was researching this not too long ago. Just Google Queers for Palestine. You'll have Queers for Palestine stuff going back to, I mean, they're saying 2008, 2009 in Canada, probably the same thing in America too. So this is not a new thing that just popped up out of nowhere. It just gained more notoriety and more recognition because of all the conservatives on Twitter who didn't understand what it meant.
And was part of also
fair enough,
the
Tom.
transnational queer Palestine solidarity movement that kind of was building in the early 2010s and kind of like peaked in 2012 with the World Social Forum, Free Palestine in Porto Alegre, Brazil, where a convergence of queer activists from around the world joined together to build a global campaign for solidarity with Palestine from a queer framework and an anti-pinkwashing project. And maybe to answer the question about like why are queer and trans people so implicated in the Palestine movement, maybe is to say that queer and trans people have been pretty much implicated in most social movements. A lot of the history of the Palestine movement, solidarity movement in Canada, even in the movement itself, have owes a lot to the organizing history of queer and trans people who were closeted and organizing within movements without making their sexuality publicly known, maybe known to some of the people within the movements. And that's certainly the case for the Palestine movement in Canada. And so many of the people who became organizers in Queer Palestine Solidarity organizing here were people who'd long, for many, many, many years, decades even, had been part of Palestine Solidarity work already. In fact, there's a nice history in Canada of queer activists who have mobilized in solidarity with international causes. There have been queer organizers who have worked around other social movements in solidarity with Zapatistas, and in opposition to South African apartheid. And so in the 1980s, there was an organization called the Simon Nkoli Anti-Apartheid Committee, SNAC, that was connected with activists who were doing queer organizing or, gay and lesbian organizing at the time in Canada, who had been opposing police brutality around the bathhouse raids in the early 80s and the censorship of gay literature and pornography that was the main target of the Canadian government at the time in the 1980s. And the Simon Nkoli Anti-Apartheid Committee, SNAC, built a strong queer political participation in the anti-apartheid movement here, particularly focusing on Simon Nkoli, who was a gay man who had been imprisoned in South Africa, who's a Black South African. And so the history of queer Palestine organizing is actually connected to the history of queer South African anti-apartheid organizing, the connection to the larger history of Palestine solidarity work in Canada. And I think that kind of like political base of queer activism is something that lends well to people participating in the movement in a kind of a historical sense. And then from the more contemporary context, I think there's so much more knowledge and awareness that people have now than we did even 15 years ago around how states use propaganda. And I think, in this particular moment, people already understood what it meant to appropriate the voices and positions and identities of queer and trans people. And I think a lot of people had enough knowledge to know that this is something that is not okay. And so that I think also lends to it. We have a lot of access now to that material that's really helpful. I know my students teach me about it all the time, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm really glad to know about this. So thanks.
Let's see how this goes. I think it's working pretty well on the first crack. People can hear? Okay, great.
That sounds like a trans person.
Really honored to be here. Really honored to share the panel space with the three of you. And awesome to see this big full room. I can just echo that I feel a lot of clarity when I'm in spaces like this. And I think we're at a historical moment that is defined by so much urgency and such apocalyptic stakes on a lot of different fronts, it feels like.
Hang on, we do have a question in the chat. Kansas Mama, is there an origin to capitalism, the first land grab? Well, there are mixed opinions on that. We have heard some socialist groups say that the first capitalists were farmers because farmers were the first people to privatize the land for their own personal use so that they could make profit off of the land. That to me makes sense. That's actually, I'm pretty sure that came from the Party for Socialism and Liberation, by the way. I'm like 80% sure that was Party for Socialism and Liberation. So their philosophy says that the first capitalists were farmers, which to me actually makes the most sense. However, when we get into the more insane queer Marxist literature, you're going to learn about the anti-civilization movement. The anti-civilization movement literally says that capitalism started in ancient Sumeria, and that in order to achieve a world without capitalism, we need to abolish everything that has been created since ancient Sumeria and basically start over. And they literally want to abolish everything. They're I mean, like, hang on. I always show this. I always show this. This is a shirt that I got when I was undercover at the Socialism 2023 conference. Eventually, I want to redo the back wall of my office to paint it red and hang up a bunch of socialist stuff. And one of the things I'm going to hang up when I eventually redo my office that I've been saying I'm going to do for 3 or 4 years now, but it is going to happen eventually. And I have all my memorabilia for it. I literally got this shirt at the Socialism 2023 conference. It says abolish everything. they had a whole abolish everything merchandise line. Like, for real. It's a nice shirt too. It's very soft. It's very comfortable. I've never worn it, but I've worn a different one of the same fabric. So there are mixed opinions on when capitalism started. And yeah, I hope that answers your question. Well, don't say that they don't shoot for the moon, Salvatore.
But it's also moments like that where I think a lot of illusions can kind of drop away and a lot of truths can kind of become clearer. And I think it's a good moment to kind of redefine our relationship to fear, for sure, you know, because there's a lot of fear that underlies the stories that we tell ourselves about our powerlessness or our hopelessness. And it's also moments like this where we can make new relationships to hope, and to hope, I think, not maybe as a feeling or an emotional state, but hope as a discipline, you know, and hope is something that we choose and that we find in the building and the struggling as individuals and as community. I think that's a really powerful thing. So that's kind of what these kinds of spaces give to me. I'm going to zoom out even further on the question. So it's like a very good order to go in. I think that like for me at the core of this question and my angle on it is talking about queer liberation and what the content of that politics has been in our history. There's this kind of tension and push and pull through queer and trans history of our communities between different political visions and political horizons and strategies. So I'm going to simplify that a little bit, and I'm going to talk a little bit about queer liberation as defined against what I'll call gay liberalism, or you can say queer liberalism.
Oh, good. It's going to be great.
But like a more liberal approach to these sorts of politics. So by that, I really mean, you know, a politics that is kind of single issue, right? So like we are queers or we are gay and lesbian people, and we're fighting for different levels of integration into the dominant power structures. We're kind of banking on that strategy of integrating. Assimilation of various kinds is one way that it's kind of been critiqued. And it can look a variety of ways. You know, there's a long tradition of queer critiques of the institution of marriage, and then gay marriage being critiqued as kind of an assimilationist demand compared to a more radical kind of vision.
Okay. We cover this all the time lately. Queer Marxists never wanted gay marriage legalized. She just said it. Queer Marxists never wanted gay marriage legalized. The reason that queer Marxists didn't want gay marriage legalized is that queer is an anti-assimilationist ideology. When they say assimilation, they mean assimilation to capitalism. They believe that marriage is a form of property relations in which you literally become the property of another person. They were very, very against the LGBT rights movement that legalized gay marriage. They hate organizations like the Human Rights Campaign that were fighting for gay marriage. They never wanted gay marriage to be a thing. They view it as an assimilationist strategy rather than an anti-assimilationist strategy, and therefore they were always opposed to it. Why this is relevant right now is that Republicans, in their infinite wisdom, are trying to repeal gay marriage. And when Republicans do that, they will literally be giving the far left every single thing that they want. So it'll be really fun for us to watch that play out. And yeah, if you have questions, this is we cover this all the time, basically in the Counter Revolutionary Book Club. If you go to any of the queer ultraviolence streams that I've been doing lately, you'll hear them talk about it. If you go to just like the book club, go to the book club link on my Substack and just look at the documents and look at the things on the podcast that have been covered, because they literally talked about this like all the time. And they were talking about this before gay marriage was legalized in the United States, too. They were talking about this 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012. They were railing on the legalization of gay marriage the entire time. It was condemned by them. They think that marriage is a capitalist structure. Exactly.
Of rethinking what families look like and how they operate. Or it can look like, queer and trans military service. So integration into, even like more overtly kind of troubling entities and structures. So it's a politics that's fighting for those formal rights and for different levels of integration. And it's often been a dominant politics in our community it's definitely what tends to be on display at Pride. And so unfortunately, it's the global face of our community in a lot of ways as well. And I think we'll get into that a bit when we start talking about pink washing and concepts like homo nationalism.
They don't like pride either.
But there's always been this other politics in our history. And Natalie just gave some really, really powerful examples where we have seen and understood ourselves as a group of people oppressed by patriarchal power, state power, and with this objective and natural
Capitalism.
basis for solidarity and allegiance with other oppressed people. So
they're going to get into what pink washing is, Kansas Mama. A basic overview of what I understand pink washing to be is essentially using gay people to advance capitalist ideals. So it's like cloaking capitalism under the rainbow. This is why these people don't like pride events. We're going to see riots and violence at pride events all throughout the month of June. I promise you, because queer Marxists don't like pride events. They think that pride is too capitalist. They think pride is pink washing. They think pride is just, using gay people to sell more products and stuff like that. And so like, it's basically cloaking whatever you want under the umbrella of gay. Yeah. It's like the same as rainbow capitalism. Exactly.
That idea that no one is free until we all are free, and that queer freedom and liberation can't be achieved under and through systems that oppress others, right? That maintain those hierarchies. And we can't win that freedom by cozying up to those dominant structures. And
so I want people to listen to that again. When they say queers for Palestine, what they mean is no one is free until we are all free. And that queer freedom and liberation... Hang on.
No one is free until we all are free, and that queer freedom and liberation can't be achieved.
Queer freedom and liberation can't be achieved under and through systems that oppress others. When they're talking about systems that oppress people, they mean capitalism. So no one is free until we are all free from capitalism, because capitalism oppresses everyone. Listen again. Well, actually, this is a good question. Will the queer Marxists blame the violence on the right? Probably not, because they're going to want to take credit for it. There's a group called Bashback that I wrote about on the Substack recently. Bashback is a very militant, violent, queer Marxist group. They're kind of like Antifa, but actually way worse. And so Bashback used to be around circa 2007 through around about 2011, 2012. They stopped organizing, but they just reconstituted themselves. So they just started organizing again at the Los Angeles Anarchist Book Fair like a couple weeks ago. The reason I bring this up is Bashback is an overtly violent, overtly militant organization that takes pride in being violent and militant. Okay. So, I did coverage of this yesterday on the stream. I did have coverage of it on my Substack. You can find it right on the homepage. You'll be able to read the new Bashback manifesto. My Substack is karlyn.substack.com. So would they blame the right for the violence? They would if they were clashing with the right. But there is not an insignificant chance that the queer Marxists are going to get violent towards the pride organizers. And so if the queer Marxists get violent towards the people organizing pride or staging pride or participating in pride, because pride to them represents capitalism, there is not an out of this world possibility that they're going to come out and say, yeah, we did it. We're going to do it again. And you can't stop us. The reason I know this is they literally did this 20 years ago. Bashback used to disrupt pride events 20 fucking years ago, almost 20 years ago, maybe not totally 20 years ago, but almost 20 years ago. I've been doing a lot of research about this. There are photos of them disrupting pride events. They did not like pride events at all. And so if Bashback is reconstituting as it was 15 years ago, they may very well come out and say, yeah, we did it. We're going to do it again. We're not sorry about it. There's nothing you can do to stop us. We'll see what happens then. But also, there is probably going to be confrontations with the right. And when there's confrontations with the right, they're going to say the right caused it, even though they caused it. So we're going to be covering a lot of this stuff as we see it. And we're going to make sure we're looking at primary source evidence to see what actually happened. But it's a good question. What is the purpose of the violence? They want to abolish everything and destabilize everything and overthrow the current system. It's to cause problems. That's purely what it is. It is to cause problems, and it's to make a political statement.
Understood ourselves as,
Oh.
as a group of people oppressed by patriarchal power, state power, and with this objective and natural basis for solidarity and allegiance with other oppressed people. So that's, that idea that no one is free until we all are free, and that queer freedom and liberation can't be achieved under and through systems that oppress others, right? That maintain those hierarchies. And we can't win that freedom by cozying up to those dominant structures. And, that can be anything, from the inherent exploitation of capitalist systems or colonialism and the ongoing plunder.
Did they just say that they can't be free under the inherent exploitation of capitalist systems? I'm pretty sure they did. Also, guys, they also mentioned hierarchies. As long as hierarchies exist, then they won't be free. They believe capitalism created all hierarchies. Hierarchy is when some people have more resources than other people.
That oppress others,
Listen.
right? That maintain those hierarchies. And we can't win that freedom by cozying up to those dominant structures. And, that can be anything from the inherent exploitation of capitalist systems or colonialism and the ongoing plunder of land, or imperialism with the devastation and plunder it's causing on the world planetary scale. So you have this critique that kind of has reasserted itself over and over through our history. And actually, like, the term queer itself partly comes out of one of the moments of that critique, right? Like, compared to gay, like as an umbrella term or whatever else, queer is less definable. Queer has no one single meaning that's just reduced to who you sleep with or your sex act. It's not one set of rights and formal equalities we're fighting for. And it's originally connected to a fairly radical politics that's really challenging that dominant tradition of integration and assimilation.
You're telling me that queer is fundamentally a political ideology that is anti-assimilationist? Is that what I just heard? Queer is not about who you sleep with. Queer is not about how you show up in the world. Queer is fundamentally and originally an anti-assimilationist radical political ideology. Did I get that right? Let's listen again. It's all no way. No way. Who would have thought? It's almost like, see, you know what? Maybe we should watch the Canadians more often. Maybe the Canadians are saying more of the quiet parts out loud.
To gay, like as an umbrella term or whatever else, queer is less definable. Queer has no one single meaning that's just reduced to who you sleep with or your sex act. It's not one set of rights and formal equalities we're fighting for. And it's originally connected to a fairly radical politics that's really challenging that dominant tradition of integration and assimilation. And it also reappropriates violence, right? It takes back a slur, it makes it visible, and it's a sign of resistance in that regard, right?
Queer reappropriates violence. Someone asked what is the point of violence in the chat earlier? Isn't this perfect? Queer reappropriates violence. They very literally believe that capitalist oppression is a form of violence. And so they are reappropriating violence in their resistance to the violent oppression of capitalism. Let me know if you guys have questions. Let's just listen to this whole thing one more time because it was a really good explanation for what the left believes queer means, which is not about being gay, not about being trans. It is a radical anti-assimilationist political ideology. The system they don't want to assimilate to is the system of capitalism.
Queer itself partly comes out of one of the moments of that critique, right? Like, compared to gay, like as an umbrella term or whatever else, queer is less definable. Queer has no one single meaning that's just reduced to who you sleep with or your sex act. It's not one set of rights and formal equalities we're fighting for. And it's originally connected to a fairly radical politics that's really challenging that dominant tradition of integration and assimilation. And it also reappropriates violence, right? It takes back a slur, it makes it visible, and it's it's a sign of resistance in that regard, right?
Guys, do you know what I just noticed? What do they have in the middle of the image here? I didn't notice this before until they started talking about queer as an anti-assimilationist strategy. What's in the middle of that screen? You might be distracted by the giant ass rainbow. What's in the middle of this slide? Pink triangle. It's the upside down pink triangle. The upside down pink triangle is the symbol of queer Marxism.
So you have this kind of recurring critique of the queer left or of a queer liberationist horizon throughout the history of our movements. And that's where you get a lot of these concepts that we have been kind of marching under when we organize as Queers for Palestine, for example. So no one is free until everyone is free. Pride is a protest. Pride is political, right?
Pride is a protest. Pride is political.
And I think, we're a community where each generation, for most of us, we don't grow up in queer households. We kind of have to rediscover and redefine ourselves and our relationship to those histories. So I think that's a reason why we kind of have this repeating in a generational way, but it is an ongoing kind of contestation of what is our political identity? What do we stand for as queer people, right? And I just say all that because I think this history is a really important context and lens for understanding queer solidarity with Palestine and this moment that we're living right now, obviously with deeper roots, but expanding in a new way now. Palestine.
So the history of the pink triangle, it did not come from the Mary Nardini gang. The pink triangle, so you know how this person was talking about that queer reclaims things? The pink triangle is what gay men had to wear in World War II when they were in the concentration camps too, right alongside the Jews. We don't get to talk about how gay men were in concentration camps too, because the Holocaust is only and exclusively about the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews. But as it turns out, gay men were put in concentration camps too. And when they were put in concentration camps, they had to wear pink triangles in the same way that Jews had to wear the yellow star, right? So what happened is in the 80s, and I'll even get it up. Hang on. I will even get it up. In the 80s, there was a movement called the ACT UP movement. Hang on, let me see if I can find the image I'm looking for specifically. Oh, why can't I ever find the image I'm looking for when I'm looking for it? Why? Here it is. Boom. Found it. Actually, let me look at this one. I'm going to look at this page for once. So, the ACT UP movement is actually something that we've covered on Socialism Saturday before. We watched a whole documentary about the ACT UP movement. This is on the Brooklyn Museum website. So this is like a legitimate art museum, right? This is an iconic poster that was created as a part of the ACT UP movement. The ACT UP movement was one of the precursors to Bashback. The ACT UP movement was a movement in the 80s to try to get Ronald Reagan to acknowledge the AIDS epidemic. And what they did is they had these massive organizing structures in which they were staging protests all the time. They were doing outlandish direct action, like doing die-ins at churches and things like that. We watched a whole documentary about it. It was a great documentary, actually. So this is one of the iconic imageries that came out of the ACT UP movement. It's just a pink triangle on a black thing that says silence equals death. This is where the idea that silence equals violence, I think, comes from in popular culture. What they're saying is, if Ronald Reagan doesn't say the things we want him to say, then he is very literally killing us. All right? So this is where this was this is like they're reclaiming the pink triangle. I don't know how exactly the pink triangle went from here to being the symbol of queer Marxism, other than at some point the pink triangle got turned upside down So now they use an upside down pink triangle to symbolize queer Marxism. And there might oftentimes be an anarchy sign in the middle of it. So at some point, the pink triangle got turned upside down and then became the symbol for radical queer anarcho-communism. But that's essentially where it came from. And yes, ACT UP is absolutely still in existence. ACT UP still holds protests to this days. It's just not as like widely known as it was in the 80s, because they were very large in the 80s, but they are absolutely still around today, and that is where all that stuff comes from. So it was the reclamation of the pink triangle from World War II that has since been reappropriated in multiple places. And yeah, you'll see the pink triangle all over the place. Like if you go to San Francisco, 100% you're going to see the pink triangle everywhere. But like when you're watching protest coverage, if you ever watch live protest coverage, watch for the pink triangle. If you ever watch like Antifa stuff, watch for the pink triangle. Watch where that shows up. They spray paint it on stuff. It's on their signs. So good question. Let's see. Is my sound still set up? No, gotta redo the sound.
The moral litmus test of the world as that critical dividing line, because it's one of those issues that for our communities, just like I think for all people of conscience, right? It reveals the dominant structures for what they are. It reveals the strategy of, for us as queers, just to get ours and assimilate into those structures for what it is, right? Because our ruling class, you know, the dominant like political class, the investment in Israel is so deep and the complicity is so deep that there's no space for even slightly integrating the lives and aspirations of Palestinians. And in that sense, to me, Palestine is at the core of our struggle for what our community stands for, right? It's our horizon. It's whether we stand for assimilation and complicity in what is unbearable, or whether we're reclaiming that tradition of solidarity and true liberation for all. So I think that's an inheritance that we kind of have, that Natalie, like, again, gave a couple of examples of. And I think that's like us coming home to ourselves in our politics in a way. And we can talk about how that looked with Capital Pride last year in the questions.
Thank you to the three of you for this like kaleidoscope of responses. That's why these panels are so amazing, because we get to hear all these different, you know, just like there's no one type of queer person, no one type of Palestinian person, no one type of any person. We get to hear all these different takes. So from Maria talking about on a personal level, the experiences that queer and trans people go through and how that connects us to this movement, to Natalie talking about the social movement history. And what Natalie was saying really made me think about just that truism that like all movements are held up by women, queer, trans, non-binary, gender non-conforming people. We're the ones doing all the work. And so this kind of organizing really allows us to, you know, be like, hey, look, we're always here. And the connection that's always been there between international solidarity from folks here on Turtle Island. And then Masha taking us, you know, full way out into the history of the queer liberation movement, from this assimilationist, liberal, single issue idea to a more radical place. And really saying that, you know, we should choose hope because all of these illusions have fallen away. So let's build something else. And we already are doing it even in this room right now.
So an anti-assimilationist strategy for them is about building hope. Really think about that.
Now. So with that in mind, let's move to the next question. So I don't know if it's up there already. Why is connecting the queer, trans, and Palestinian struggles a powerful strategy for building an even stronger liberation movement?
Okay. Why is connecting? Oh, yeah. I heard it too. I don't know, but for some reason I have to read it again. Why is connecting the queer, trans, and Palestinian struggle a powerful strategy for building an even stronger liberation movement? There is so much I can say about this. You know, something that my Palestinian father has recently said to me is he said, you know, these times have not just exposed Israel for what it is in the world, but it has also taken people back to 1948 in a way that we have actually been like cut on this like historical timeline that we all believe, this colonial timeline. And let's actually go back and examine the history of how we got here. And especially in Canada, Canadian culture really lives in this like silo where it like, you know, inside the Canadian mythology where, you know, Indigenous people, like they're gone, you know, we just acknowledge that we're here now, without looking at, you know, these colonial legacies that exist to this day. And the first time that, you know, physical intimacy between two people of the same gender was, you know, banned in Palestine was because of the British Mandate.
Again,
The British did that, not us.
again, it wasn't the indigenous Palestinians that did it. It was the British. This is why when you guys say queers for Palestine is like chickens for KFC, or don't you know they throw gay people off roofs? It's like what the left believes is, you stupid motherfuckers. This didn't even come from them. It came from the evil, oppressive colonizers and the British. And again, you don't have to agree with them. You don't have to say that you agree with their worldview, but that is what their worldview is.
Now, that is, pinkwashing is such a big part of the propaganda because it is one of the cornerstones of Zionist propaganda saying Israel is this like haven for, you know, for queers and multicultural people, and the Arabs, you know, the Palestinians, these are backwards people that don't understand inclusion, they don't understand morality. And that framing of Palestinians as inherently queerphobic, inherently homophobic, inherently transphobic is part of the broader picture of, you know, what Edward Said coined as Orientalism, the specific form of racism that people from, you know, Swana, South, oh boy, I'm gonna mess that up. But you know, the language is hard, huh?
Southwest Asia and North Africa.
Thank you. It's a big part of how all the folks that, you know, live in regions that are not considered like Western, English speaking, you know, European are demonized as being, you know, backwards people. And that is like the foundation of colonialism. And so part of what makes it so important to connect, among many other reasons, to connect queer liberation with the liberation for Palestine is not only is it unhooking this idea that people have as Palestinians as inherently bigoted or something, it's also about what stories has the world been telling about whiteness and about, you know, the global
Capitalism.
South, and unhooking
Oppressed
this
people.
idea that Western countries and, you know, Israel, sure, but, you know, that all of them are more progressive than these other cultures in these other regions that have not actually been able to, you know, develop in these progressive ways that the West wants to impose as being very important because they're too busy getting bombed among many other, you know, horrific, oppressive things that the West does in the global South. And so it's, for me, a big piece of it is about shattering this idea that the West has about being able to lecture other cultures and other places about progressive values. Thank you.
Hang on, Kansas Mama's got a question. How will the world still work under their utopia? I just don't see their end vision without capitalism. Do they want us all to go back to being nomads? They want a world without any private property ownership, so everyone lives on collectivized land. They want a world in which you don't own your home, you are assigned your home to live in. They want a world in which there are no borders. That means there are no countries, there are no states, there are no cities, there are no towns, there's no borders around the land. They want a world with no money, so there are no banking systems. There's going to have to be a different form of like rationing coupons or things like that. They want a world in which they control the food supply. so that you have to go to the community canteen in order to get your food, pick up like your allotment of food, and you eat with the community. You don't eat in your private kitchen anymore. You eat in the community. They want a world in which they control all the educational apparatus. There is no private schooling. There is no homeschooling. They want a world in which they control all the energy. So they decide who gets heat in the winter, who gets to travel, who gets to gas to put in their car, who gets to get on a train, stuff like that, how far that train can go, where that train can go. They want a world in which universal healthcare exists. So like all healthcare is available to everyone. That includes unlimited abortion on demand. That includes unlimited trans surgery on demand. It includes psychiatric care and psychoanalysis and stuff like that. What am I missing? What am I missing? Those are the big ones. Yeah, if you don't work in the job, they're going to assign you a job, and if you don't work in the job they tell you to work in, then you don't eat. They want to, God, I can't believe I forgot at this. They want to abolish all prisons. They want to abolish the court system. They want to reappropriate prisons to make them like re-education camps. I have them saying this all on video, by the way. So this is not like new. Like I have them on video saying all this. They want to abolish the United States government. Of course, they believe the United States government is a capitalist government. They believe the Constitution is a capitalist document. They want to abolish the Supreme Court, all courts, really. They think that courts should be more about mediation than about like, enforcing laws and stuff like that. They want to abolish the United States Senate because they don't believe that that's a proportionally elected body. They want to abolish the Electoral College. Everything would be direct democracy. They want to abolish the presidency, the White House. They don't think that that should be used as a presidency anymore. The only thing they kind of want to keep is a much bigger version of the House of Representatives. So that'll be different. So that's what they want. And they believe that if they do this, then they will eliminate the profit motive and that everyone will have more time and that people will only have to work a couple hours a week and you'll all have more time to be artists and do whatever you want. That's all real. Everything I just said, I've heard them say on video. So that's what they want. I don't think it sounds like a good idea. I don't think they've thought through the idea, but that is what they want. And they really do think that things will be better for more people under that structure. Hang on. Did I just see someone? Who is they? Who is they? They is the radical revolutionary socialists. Who's in charge of the community? The people that the community elect to be their representatives. And by the way, they actually are in favor of term limits, believe it or not. They don't want the same people representing them over and over and over again. They want communities. This is actually kind of an interesting thing. So who makes decisions in your community in the socialist utopia are people that the community says, we want these people to be our representatives, but they also have an idea about cycling through different representatives. So basically, everyone gets a turn. Everyone gets to be a turn to be on the leadership council. And that way, if everyone gets a turn to be on the leadership council, they aren't creating any hierarchies because everyone gets a turn. Yeah, it's irrelevant whether or not their plan will work. That is what they want their plan to be. So, hope that helped.
Thank you so much, Maria, for that. I think what you've really described is very clearly how like the structure of pinkwashing works. And one of the things I was wondering is, do people need a definition of pinkwashing and homo nationalism?
Yes.
Yes. There's some nods. Okay.
Yes.
So I'll play teacher and sorry I didn't bring my slides. But just to get a basic definition down. Pinkwashing is the use of sexual rights and sexuality to basically cover the tracks of some kind of violation of some other type of human rights violation. So it doesn't have to be like apartheid or genocide that is pinkwashing, like the covering up of the violation of Palestinian human rights. It can also be breast cancer awareness. It could be the tar sands. And so those are things that in one of the extra reading resources, there's an article from a long time ago that Claire and I are both interviewed in that goes into some of that history.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened? Come back. Come back to us, Queers for Palestine. Come back.
Study scholar.
Oh,
But that is a term. But that is a term that was introduced by a gender studies scholar named Jasbir Puar, who's based in the United States, well, now Canada. And she wrote a book in 2007, I think, called Terrorist Assemblages. And there were already people who were talking about like the normalization of like homosexuality and this idea of homonormativity had already been circulating, and people had already been critiquing
homonormativity. Let's come back to that. We're going to talk about that. Tom, I'm going to be honest. AI is one of the things that actually gives me hope, because I think the left is going to win. I think the right is not mounting any defense against them at all. I think the right doesn't even know what's going on. And so I think the left is going to win. And I kind of hope that they do use AI to plan out all the systems, because I think there is less risk of everyone starving to death if AI is making decisions versus if radical revolutionary socialists are making decisions. So, like, AI to me is kind of like, yeah, that actually might help things not suck as badly as they're going to suck. They're still going to suck. Dragon Balls, God, now imagining the nightmare of some of my work colleagues attempting to be leaders in the utopia. I envision a passive-aggressive chaos. Yeah, there'd be a lot of passive aggression in the socialist utopia. Let's listen to them talk about homonormativity.
About like the normalization of like homosexuality and this idea of homonormativity had already been circulating, and people had already been critiquing the kind of project of Western imperialism and the use of gender rights and sexuality in relation to that. So for those of you who were around at the time, maybe not everybody, when the war on terror started, the justification for the war in Iraq was to save women from Islam and, from the Taliban. So this is like part of the rhetoric that was used to justify. So the move from that to using sexual rights and gay people to justify why we might want to support military campaigns that are antithetical to the general rights and interests of people in overall kind of comes from an era when gender and sexuality.
Hang on. Dorky girl, I'm a little bit confused, because have we given you the impression that the radical revolutionary far left supports any of what Israel's doing at all? Like, they don't support what Israel's doing in Gaza. They don't support the settlements in the West Bank. Israel, being the settler colonists, are the very, like the settler colonism, that is why they don't support them. So I'm a little confused about why you seem to think that any of this is related to support for settlements in the West Bank, because it's kind of the opposite of that.
In the early 2000s were really being mobilized by politics. And Jasbir Puar said that this idea of homonationalism, the idea of the state suddenly welcoming a particular kind of national homosexual subject into its fold, like a gay soldier or, an idea of gay marriage in particular, was being developed in opposition to an elsewhere that was homophobic in the way that Maria described. And that this tenuous kind of relationship between inclusion of certain kinds of digestible and palatable sexual subjects into the state was in the interest of mobilizing foreign policy primarily. So this like newfound acceptance of gay people was, first of all, not a universal acceptance. And second of all, it was a kind of weaponization of sexuality as a way to justify foreign policy, primarily in the Middle East. And so those are like two foundational concepts and ideas that are at the core of a lot of the queer Palestine solidarity, critique of the way that people will I mean, maybe I'll also go back a little bit in some of the history that in 2005, the Palestinian academic and cultural boycott of Israel was launched, which is the first large-scale international civil society movement coming from Palestine, calling for international, academic and cultural boycott of Israel to pressure it to follow and respect international human rights and allow for the right of return of Palestinians and free and equal rights for Palestinian citizens of Israel. So PACB's mandate led
All good.
to a kind of reaction by the Israeli state in an international human public relations campaign called Brand Israel that was launched in 2005. And Brand Israel was a global propaganda project funded by the state. And the goal was to fill international public discourse in arts, culture, science, technology, education, and tourism with positive representations of Israel. And that this was a key part of the global kind of like war for Israel in the international arena, was to change the messaging and image. And so this led to a huge amount of money being put into funding special arts and cultural events, spotlights on Israeli artists, sending Israeli artists and cultural producers as ambassadors, and also marketing tourism to Israel. And Brand Israel was piloted in Toronto in 2005. And one of its targets was the gay and lesbian community. So there was a tourism campaign. Suddenly all over Toronto, there were ads inviting people to travel to Israel for gay tourism, to participate in, go to the beaches of Tel Aviv, participate in Tel Aviv's nightlife. Meanwhile, the status of queer people.
I kind of love that I'm going to make a clip of this later, just to have a clip on Twitter of queer Marxists talking about how Israel purposefully targeted gay people to create a gay tourism industry in Israel. And do you know who's going to share that the most? Dissident right-wingers who are like, we told you Israel was fucking gay. I kind of love it. Tell us more about the Israeli targeting of gay and lesbians as part of their pinkwashing campaign.
Sending Israeli artists and cultural producers as ambassadors, and also marketing tourism to Israel. And Brand Israel was piloted in Toronto in 2005. And one of its targets was the gay and lesbian community. So there was a tourism campaign. Suddenly all over Toronto, there were ads inviting people to travel to Israel for gay tourism, to participate in, go to the beaches of Tel Aviv, participate in Tel Aviv's nightlife. Meanwhile, the status of queer people who are Israeli citizens was not great. There was, it continues to be extensive homophobia within Israel. Including at the time a series of events that were direct targets and attacks on queer and trans people. And so Brand Israel was happening. There was the 2006 World Pride, which is like a kind of corporate global tourism World Pride like structure that has no actual relationship to local pride parades, was going to be held in Jerusalem, and that got canceled. And so all of that kind of history is a pretty important part of why queer people started to publicly organize as queers in response to the continued condition of apartheid and violation of Palestinian human rights, because they were being targeted by Israeli Hasbara projects, so propaganda projects, through Brand Israel's project. And so there were a few things that were happening at the time, including, a bunch of
So queer Marxists began to it's not because holy shit. Queer Marxists began to organize against Israel because they were pissed off that Israel targeted gay people in their marketing effort. And that is what started organizing queer Marxists against Israel. So you're telling me it wasn't because they were Jewish, it was because they were pissed off that they were using the gay stuff to specifically market Israel to the gay community. That's just like so beautiful. I can't even stand it.
lobby organizations in Canada that were producing propaganda material. There was like an ad campaign called Size Doesn't Matter that was funded by the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs. And Stand With Us, which is another lobby organization in North America, did a bunch of targeted ads in publications that, equated support for Palestinians with support for terrorism or executions of gays and lesbians in the Middle East.
Yeah, I love. I kind of had hoped and thought that I would not have to come in here with those like specific historical details for the last few decades. So I'm very glad I didn't prep for that. I love this question. I'm just kind of going to bring it right back to that. It has two of my favorite words in it. It has power and it has strategy. And I always love saying, like, I love talking about power. Power is my favorite subject. All my union comrades know, because it makes me sound like a supervillain. It's great. Some gay coded supervillain in a Marvel movie. So I think there's a lot of different answers to this question. And a huge part for me when we're talking about different movements and how we build power together is to talk about what it is that those struggles have in common at a moment in history. So like there's different ways to do that. One is like sometimes there's specifically like a community or an identity or something that we have a stake in is being weaponized to cover up or justify something else, the violence of pinkwashing. And I'll have some more to say about that with the third question. But it's also those basic questions of, what are the common threats? What are the common enemies? And then talking about power, the power that we need and the power that we lack, and building the power to be able to fight and to defend ourselves. So all of that is going to, ooh, that just got louder. All of that is kind of going to be moving from queer political vision, which I kind of...
Tom, see, I love it when we get new people on the channel and they start to hear some stuff that's like not even on the same level as the crazy shit that we've heard on these videos. And they start to go, Karlyn, this is really freaking me out. And I have to say, Tom, do you understand that like I've been watching this stuff almost every single day of my life for 4 years? And what we're seeing right now on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being not crazy at all and 10 being the most insane fucking thing you've ever heard in your life, we're at maybe about a 5 right now. Maybe. And we're only at that 5 just because there was some queer Marxism where they were talking about it as like an anti-assimilationist ideology. That's what got us up to the 5. Like most of the stuff they're saying in this isn't even that crazy. Tom, wait till we tell you about growing children in body bags as a way to decouple gender from the act of reproduction because they don't want parents to have parental rights. And so one of the things they're gonna do is they want to decouple gender from giving birth. Hey, Tom, did you know that there are people that are actually trying to figure out how to grow babies in the bodies of brain dead people? And I'm not just saying brain dead women, I'm saying brain dead people. They want to grow the babies in the bodies of brain dead men too. I swear to God, this is all real. Yeah, I've smoked DMT too. I've done that too. This is not DMT. DMT is a beautiful, beautiful experience that shows you the nature of our reality. This is the opposite of DMT. This is crazy. When I smoked DMT, I shot out of my body and went way up into the sky and landed in the spirit realm where we all go after we die. And then I had to come back, of course. This is the opposite direction. We're not going up into the nice place. We're going down. This has literally driven all of us crazy. So Tom, stick around. And I'm not even joking. I'm not joking. Listen, guys, listen. We're about to enter the month of June. I have decided that June is going to be Queer Marxism Month. All we're going to talk about all month is queer Marxism and watching queer Marxism stuff and going back into the queer Marxism archives and bringing out the old queer Marxist stuff and watching it again to see what new things we can learn from it. We are going to, like, June is going to be the month on this channel where we literally hit every fuck off crazy thing that we have ever talked about. And maybe we even discover a few more crazy things that we don't even know about yet. So welcome to Queer Marxism Month on the channel. You might go insane this month, but that's okay because I went insane a long time ago covering this content. But yeah, if you're new, hang on to your hats because it's going to get way worse than this. And listen, we still got over an hour to go in this presentation, man. They could still say some crazy shit.
Already spoke about, and we all have really touched on, to queer political strategies. And I should say, I organize more in Palestine solidarity space than I do in queer and trans space these days. And in the Palestine solidarity movement, and I know a lot of people in this room have been so critically involved in the last year and a half, we don't in this
and Queer
country
Movie Month
have
too,
the
exactly.
power at this moment to do what we need to do after.
Hey, Jennifer, what are we watching for movie night tomorrow? Can you let us know in the chat? Thank you. I know we're doing, by the way, we do movie night. I normally save this till the end, but Jennifer's here, so I'll say it now. In my supporter Discord, if you sign up on my Substack, which is karlyn.substack.com, you'll get an invitation tomorrow to join my supporter Discord. On Sunday nights and Monday nights in my supporter Discord, we do movie night. Tomorrow, we are starting Gay Movie Month in my supporter Discord. Jennifer is making us watch gay movies. Apparently, we are watching Junior tomorrow night in the supporter Discord, which is a funny movie, honestly. It's actually a really fun movie, so that'll be fine. On Monday at 9 p.m., MacB is showing Passion of the Christ in the supporter Discord, and I can't wait for that. I love that movie. I haven't seen that movie in a long time. I'm going to make it a special priority for me to go to MacB's Monday movie night, because I don't always go, but I'm going to go on Monday, because MacB showing the Passion of the Christ with all sorts of trivia and stuff like that, it's going to be great. So if you want to join us for movie nights every Sunday and Monday night, head over to the Substack, sign up as a supporter. You will get a link to the supporter Discord in my weekly email that I do on Sundays called the Digest email. And come and join us for movie nights, and we do them twice a week, and they're awesome.
After a year and a half of genocide, we've done a lot, but we are nowhere near doing what the requests for us out of Palestine have been. We're nowhere near stopping the arms trade. We're nowhere near ending our ruling class and politicians' complicity in apartheid and genocide, right? We don't have the power to force those decisions and to make it so, to go from where we are to where we want to be. We're right, and we're in the right, but that's not enough. And that's the question of power, right? And I think it's really, really cross-cutting and topical, because if we look at the situation for us right now as queer and trans people, right, it's pretty plain that we're in a moment of intense global threats and backlash and an ascendant kind of global far right. And we're seeing actual rights being sort of rolled back, and targeted legislation, particularly at trans people, trans youth, trans women, impacting gender-affirming healthcare, our ability to move through public space. And I do think it kind of sheds light on, let's say, the fragility of where we are right now at this moment in history and how our history has gone. We tend to think, or we assume on some level, that history is a steady arc of progress, right? Ever upward, especially in countries like this. It's easy to believe that narrative as queers have successively organized for and won, different layers of formal rights and legislation, and outmaneuvering those waves of right-wing backlash. But that's really changing in this moment of global crisis. It's changing basically everywhere. It's definitely changing here. And I think trans people in particular are bearing the brunt of that and know that best. And so it brings those questions of what are the interests that are attacking us and why right up to the fore, and also the question of how much power do we have to fight back? And that kind of takes us to that question of strategy, right? Because it's the basic strategic questions, again, of like a more liberal kind of framework or queer liberation. So, not even looking at that long-term political vision, just what is your plan to win and to hold on to what you've won? And I kind of put it to the room, do we expect that the dominant structures of our society will protect us and the things that we've gained out of goodness, benevolence, or just because we're right, Do we expect that structures like the police and the military and the banks and the mega corporations and the tech giants and the government departments and politicians will protect us? And if the answer is no, do we have the power to protect ourselves? And realistically, you know, we are a small community. We're geographically dispersed, kind of definitionally. So we need allies, and we need good allies that we can count on, not, you know, Galen Weston or Justin Trudeau. You know, we need to be part of coalitions that are building people power, and meaning that power that comes with having very large numbers of people who are organized and ready and willing to take collective action to defend their interests, right? So that's kind of, you know, from the moment of Stonewall onward, that was part of the strategy of a lot of organizations that came up after 1969. There was a wave of organizations called the Gay Liberation Front across the US that did tons of organizing to basically make the first Pride a commemoration of a riot. There were lots of people in the queer community who thought that was an appalling idea. Like, why would we want to write a riot led by, you know, working class, trans youth, street queens, queers of color, at a mafia-run dive bar in Greenwich Village? Why would we make that the founding concept of our community? There was already at that time in some cities a bit of a liberal gay establishment that really was very opposed to that. So as an organizing achievement, that Stonewall became that founding story. So I think that's really important. But just to go back, like the concept at that moment was, we as queers need to take our place in the streets. You know, it's not just we're visible because, you know, we're coming out of the closets. It's a moment where we have to take our place in the movement. And that looks a bit different now than it did at that moment. But like, we win through solidarity and people power and coalition building. And I think we can get more into that question as we go on, but it's very central to the question of building relationship and coalition between different movements that are made up of people who are facing, you know, here domestically, let's say, different forms of scapegoating, right? And, you know, within Canada, obviously last year and a half has been a horror show of anti-Palestinian racism, which of course is already like deeply embedded and really tied to decades-long kind of scapegoating and right-wing campaigns of anti-Arab and Islamophobic racism as well. So I think it's really important strategically for us to be clear on, because all scapegoating at the end of the day is right-wing populism, right?
Oh, yeah?
And it always functions by distracting majorities of people from the real material issues that are impacting their lives. You know, and at this moment, you know, we can say unprecedented wealth concentration by the ultra-rich, naked profiteering by corporations and landlords, climate and ecological devastation, just, you know, the decimation of social security nets that used to make working people's lives kind of bearable. And all of those things disproportionately impacting both queers and also immigrants, including many Arab, Muslim, and Palestinian people in this country. So there's a lot of natural common ground and common targets and power to build on these shared issues, and to do it against those kind of common enemies that are scapegoating us. And we need power. We need power to defend our communities under attack, and also to be able to force our government to cease complicity with states that are committing unimaginable crimes against humanity, as Israel is.
I could just sit and listen to y'all talking all night. It is beautiful. Yeah, thank you for like bringing all these different perspectives again to this question. So Masha really bringing in the class and power analysis, which I think we can all really benefit from when we're looking at the world today. It's so stark and clear. We talked about it being a moment of clarity, right? And really like in terms of finding common ground, who's on our side and who isn't, who's on the side of Palestine, who's on the side of trans people, who's on the side of queer people, right? And finding these common areas.
Hang on, sorry guys. I was ordering Chinese food, so I was not paying attention to the chat. I was ordering dinner. So I've been going back to the chat. I want to make sure I address things. Douglas says, I swear Marxism and critical theory just morphs into a new thing every 15 years. No, it really doesn't. It really doesn't. Douglas, you might want to check out my book that I wrote called A Brief History of Racism. And A Brief History of Racism started as a question I had on a stream, which is, who invented the word racism? And how has the word racism evolved over the course of years since it's been invented? And basically, what I found out is the word racism was really invented and popularized as a Marxist strategy to try to create oppressor versus oppressed narratives. It's always been used by that. If you follow the history of it and you just look at the quotes of the people that push these ideas, they're very clear that it was always the same. It's just like, once you understand their language, and you will understand their language if you show up to more streams and you keep listening and you keep learning. It takes time to learn this stuff, so you're in exactly the right place. I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong, but you're going to see over the course of time they are incredibly consistent. It's not evolving into a new thing. They do evolve in their tactics, but the core of what they're trying to do is always and forever the same. And they're always just trying to figure out, how do we get a capitalism? How do we abolish capitalism? How do we create more oppressor versus oppressed narratives to undermine capitalism? It is always the same once you go back and look for it. But I can appreciate why you might perceive it that way. We're getting Chinese food, and the reason I had to order it was because it's closing in like 8 minutes, and so I had to order the Chinese food. And I'm getting some dumplings, and it's going to be really good. And I'm going to be really excited when I get off stream to have my dumplings and my sweet and sour chicken and my pork fried rice. Okay. Yeah, I understand that it's American Chinese food, but I got dumplings and sweet and sour chicken.
Natalie gave us a really great summary of what is pinkwashing, how is it used. Also gave me a flashback to when I was a student at U of T in the early 2000s, and there was a lot of Hillelling and brand Israelism going on there. I remember being handed a condom in a package that had brand Israel branding on it.
Hang on, Amy's got a question. Do they consider college and universities and the massive amounts of money they pay to attend, considering university, college, and cap? Well, actually, Amy, it's funny that you mentioned that, because one of the reasons that the left has no problem destroying the universities at all is they believe that the universities are a tool of capitalism. They believe the universities are only pushing out things that are supporting capitalism, even though they control the universities. And this includes the professors at the universities, by the way. And so they have absolutely no problem destroying the university system, because they believe that the university system is a function of capitalism. We've actually read documents where they talk about it. So yeah, they don't like the universities. Don't get it twisted. Just because they go to the universities and might work at the universities doesn't mean they actually like the universities.
It said size matters, and it was a little map of what we would call Palestine, what they call Israel. Anyway, I still have it actually because it's so ridiculous. But anyway, thank you for the flashback. But also having these terms, right? Pinkwashing and homo nationalism, what are they, and how do they explain all of this to us? How do they help us make sense of this? But also, how do we talk about them in an accessible way? Because maybe sometimes these words can seem big. And then Maria really bringing us into the all this Orientalist construction of what it is to be Arab, what it is to be Palestinian, and what it is to be queer and trans, and how coming together in these struggles, there's a power in that it deconstructs these myths and deconstructs whiteness in this way, where there's this idea of queerness and transness being a Western thing, and not a part of any other culture, and vice versa. So thank you for bringing all of these threads together. We're going to move to our third question, which actually half of it we've already covered. If we can go to the next one. Yeah, thank you, Connor. What are some other challenges that exist in connecting these struggles? So we've talked about pinkwashing. We can talk about it more for sure. We've talked about the reality of rising fascism, concentration of wealth, all of these things. So
Concentration
in terms
of wealth,
either big picture or small
capitalism.
picture, right? In doing this work, what are some challenges that you have dealt with? And I mean, feel free to also add successes.
It's still on. Oh, nice. Okay. This is the question that I probably have the most to say about. So I trust that you'll stop me if I go on for too long. So when I was reflecting on what do I want to talk about, what do I want to bring to this table today specifically, one thing that's very important for me in terms of just the advocacy that I have done as a queer Palestinian in the last year and a half is all of it is kind of rooted in just me being myself and telling my story. And so I want to root what I'm about to say in a very short Netflix synopsis version of my life as a queer Palestinian. So I've grown up in Ottawa all my life, and my family are Christian Palestinians. And I make that distinction not out of any sense of like devotion to like being religious, but because Christianity, first of all, Christianity started in the Middle East, in Palestine specifically. But second, because Christian Palestinians are, on a numbers level, a minority within Palestine. And I grew up very religious in an Arabic speaking church environment. And because, not different from many other church environments, it was inherently queerphobic and homophobic and transphobic. And at the same time, this religious community was also where my Arab friends were and where I spoke Arabic and hung out with people who shared my culture and, could, laugh about having immigrant parents together. So there was an inherent tension for me all my life that if I accept my queerness and I come out, then I have to leave this cultural space where I can, speak my language and be among people who eat the same foods that, their mom and their teta cooks. And so this tension, I see a lot of people nodding in the room. I think a lot of people relate to this, of queer people often have to pick between aspects of their identity to feel safe. And when I left, the church, I started going to queer Christian conferences, if you can believe these things do exist.
What?
And they really changed my life because I started meeting all these sparkly Jesus people.
I want to go to queer Christian conferences. I want to do that. Did you see Stephen Miller refer to the judges trying to dictate the executive branch as communist judges? Yeah, Stephen Miller can suck every dick. This is part of the problem. Is conservative retards call every single thing communism, which means they're running cover for actual communists. Stephen Miller doesn't understand what he's talking about. Sorry.
Yeah, it was astounding to me. And I would go to these conferences in the States mostly, and they really changed my world and helped me become more comfortable, unlearn a lot of the shaming that I'd learned growing up in church, and be proud and come out and say, yeah, all of these things are true about me. And I met some wonderful people. Now, flash forward to these past times, I've gone and I've looked up some of the folks that I connected with at the queer Christian conferences during the genocide to see what have they said. And a majority of them have not said anything. And I want to give some people have, but why I'm saying this is that, spaces where queer people can belong, all of us who are queer know that, as Masha said, we don't grow up into queer families, most of us, but we might grow up into a family that shares our culture. And
what is a non-queer family? What do they mean? They've said this a couple times now. Queer people don't grow up in queer families. What type of families do they grow up in? What do they mean when they say that? What is a non-queer family that they're being oppressed by growing up in? What do you guys think? Pop quiz. What is a non-queer family? We are oppressed because we do not grow up in queer families. A non-queer family is the nuclear family. Exactly. The nuclear family, the privatized nuclear family. Sometimes they call it the Fordist nuclear family. Yup, the Fordist nuclear family. Exactly. That's when they get their extra brave new worldie. The nuclear family with a monogamous relationship and siblings and stuff like that. Look, we've got a friend over on Kick. Yes. The nuclear family. Exactly. A non-collective family of hierarchy with men in the household, women doing the unpaid labor of raising the next generation of proletarian workers. Yep. A traditional nuclear family, the capitalist nuclear family. Well done. What's a privatized? The nuclear family unit is considered to be so the reason they want to abolish the nuclear family is because it holds it privatizes wealth and restricts access to the wealth to only a few people. If you have, and by the way, gay couples can have nuclear families too. So if you are in a monogamous relationship, whether that be a man or a woman, or a man and a man, or a woman, doesn't really matter. If you are in a monogamous 2-person relationship and you are married and you have children within that monogamous relationship, and you raise those children in order to just exist in the world as it is today, that is the privatized nuclear family. They believe that the privatized nuclear family perpetuates capitalism because it raises children with capitalist values. That's why they're trying to queer the nuclear family through like polyamory and getting rid of parental rights and all that stuff, because they're trying to disrupt the social reproduction of capitalism that happens in the nuclear family. No, Tom, no. 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 Conservative talking point, Tom. That's all right. We're going to beat him out of you yet. Hang in there.
And so it's incredibly important for there to be spaces where queer Palestinians can be seen in all aspects of their identity. And this is not just about like, let's be nice and inclusive to queer Palestinians because they deserve it. This is because representation, especially.
So, Tom, the reason I said no when you said they want the state to run your lives, they want to abolish the state. They believe the state is a capitalist model. So it's not a correct way of saying it. They don't want to abolish the family because they want you to be beholden to the state. That is a conservative viewpoint. And I understand why you think that, but that's not correct. They want to abolish the family because they believe the family is the social reproduction mechanism of capitalism. Without the nuclear family, capitalism does not get reproduced. So what they're talking about is raising children with fundamentally different values that are anti-assimilationist values outside of the capitalist system. Hope that helps.
Especially within, queer media, representation is huge. It's huge, right? Should I move this? Is this better? No. So, to begin with, in TV and in movies, first of all, rarely do you see an Arab in general. You're, rare, extremely rarely are you going to see someone who is Palestinian and not, framed as a terrorist. And then it's going to be extremely, unlikely that you're ever going to come across a queer Palestinian person. So intersectionality is huge. And I never thought that I would be like this, spokesperson for queer Palestinians. I was just living my life. But when the genocide, quote unquote, started, as we know, it started many, many years ago, but this escalation of Israel's genocide against the people of Gaza and Palestine, I knew, okay, I need to own all of this because, the Zionist propaganda is invested in someone like me being invisible. 1. 2, because of queers in Palestine are oppressed for their queerness from 2 different angles. One being the difficulties that some of our communities, have with queer identity. And that gets weaponized against us as Palestinians and weaponized against us as Arabs. But I mean, to folks who belong to other, non-white cultures, this is true in many cultures. Many cultures around the world struggle and are still not, they're not keeping up supposedly with Western countries and their, queer acceptance. But we don't weaponize that against other cultures the same way that it is weaponized back against Palestinians. Of, okay, this community here, these Palestinian people, they don't accept queer. Can Palestinian culture have the right to grow and change and progress in that way on our own timeline? So in Palestine, I can't speak to every experience ever, but on the one hand, we have, people who just like here, just like me as, a Palestinian here in, Canada, struggle to come out to my parents and struggle to be queer and public with my community. That's obviously also going to be a struggle for queers in Palestine. But secondly, something, for example, that happens in the West Bank, which is, a form of the pinkwashing that they do, is the Israeli intelligence Mossad in the West Bank, whenever they find out that somebody, a Palestinian, is queer, they start to blackmail that person into being an informant for them. And they'll
The revolutionary socialists are starting to talk about how Mossad blackmails people into doing their bidding for them. This must not be at all related to what just happened with Glenn Greenwald. I'm sure this has no relation at all to what just happened to Glenn Greenwald. I'm sure these are just two distinct, it's a coincidence. Can we just say that? It's just a coincidence that Glenn Greenwald, who has been railing against Israel for a very long time, had a sex tape released. It's just a coincidence, guys. It's that Israel would never blackmail people. They would never, ever, ever, ever do that. Mossad would never blackmail people. It would never do that. Israel is just amazing and they are perfect in everything they do. And the Holocaust definitely happened. And gas chambers have wooden doors. And 10 million Jews died in the Holocaust. And Hitler was the worst person that ever lived in the history of the world. He's burning in hell because Israel would never do that. They would never blackmail people at all and then release sex tapes on the internet if those people don't succumb to the blackmail. Would never happen. They're the most moral country in the history of countries. They're the most they are our greatest ally. They're our most important ally. And we should send all our money to them and we should go to war with Iran with them on behalf of Israel because, you know, why wouldn't we? Israel is just so great and perfect and they never do anything wrong.
they do is the Israeli intelligence Mossad in the West Bank, whenever they find out that somebody, a Palestinian, is queer, they start to blackmail that person into being an informant for them. And they'll blackmail them by saying, well, we know that you hooked up with so and so. We have your records from, Grindr or whatever, but I don't know what apps they're using in Palestine, honestly. But so queers in Palestine are not, they do not feel safe to be public. And that is not the fault of Palestinian culture.
Fault of Israel.
Queerphobia is something we all have to battle in every culture, in every space, but also because of the unique way that Israel oppresses them. And so we are at this point, right, where we want to say, yes, queer Palestine.
Queers for Palestine is a thing because Israel is blackmailing queer Palestinians.
Palestinians exist. But it is going to be very difficult for the queer Palestinians who are still on the ground in Palestine to be that visibility and to be that representation because they are not safe. And so who's going to go out and represent and say, yes, queer Palestinians exist and actually like we're lovely and we're a good time and we're here kicking with you? Like, who's going to do that? And if we as Palestinians in diaspora who are queer and Arabs who are queer are not visible, then nobody does that. Nobody becomes that representation. And so what is the challenge to connecting this is that...
Okay, so listen, to Janet's question, in this instance, does queer mean gay? Well, no, not exactly, but it's kind of like how, how the far left believes that all Black people should be socialists. Like, obviously not all Black people are socialist, right? But they believe that all Black people should be socialists. And so they act like all Black people are socialists. And they don't like the Black people that aren't socialists. Remember, Black Lives Matter burned down a ton of Black-owned businesses. They didn't like Black people who were not socialists. They only liked the Black people who agreed with them. It's kind of the same thing with gay people. They believe that, like, by right and privilege, all gay people should be queer. Not that all gay people are queer. That's what homonormativity is. They talked about that earlier. But they believe that all gay people should be queer. And so if Mossad is blackmailing people to get them to spy for them in Palestine, then they're going to claim that because that they're going to say that person's queer and they're being oppressed by the evil colonist is how I kind of understand it. Yeah, what classical liberal retards don't understand is people are not supporting Glenn Greenwald just to support Glenn Greenwald. They're explicitly denying the impact of the blackmail. That's exactly right. Jennifer, we already covered this. Come on, Jennifer, come on. Jennifer, come on. Don't do this to me. We already covered this, Jennifer. I love you. I adore you. I appreciate you. I know you don't watch all my socialism content. I still adore you. It's fine. They think Jennifer. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. They said earlier that that's the fault of the British colonists. They blame it on Britain. They say that Palestine is homophobic because of Britain. I swear to God, they've said it at least twice in the presentation. So it's okay. You didn't know. You just got here. It's fine. Let's continue.
Queer Palestinians, queer Arabs, they need places to be safe. They need to know, especially to the people who are of an Arab background in this room, they need to know that you're a safe person. Because I'm sure that, those of us who are queer, we know what it's like to meet someone and be like, well, unless you tell me otherwise, I'm going to assume that you are discriminating against me as a queer person. If I don't see, the rainbow flag, which can also mean nothing, as we are literally talking about now. But if I don't see a signal, right, or I don't know what it's like to be trans. I am a cis woman, but I imagine when somebody's using the rainbow flag that isn't the intersectional one, that doesn't have the trans, signaling safety is so incredibly important. And so
the rainbow flag is not enough. If you don't use the intersectional flag, then you aren't really queer. So if you're just doing the normal rainbow flag, nope, you're not queer. Only the intersectional one.
Yeah, for folks who want to help, please help us to make queer Palestinians, especially the youth and the young, help them to know that they're safe and they're welcomed and that it's okay to be who they are and they're going to be supported in every aspect of their identity. Thank you.
Stunning and brave. Stunning and brave.
Thank you so much again, Maria, for your insights and experiences. I think it's really nice to have a conversation across these different perspectives for that reason, like to really see what echoes across the different kinds of positionalities of the people at the table. And I'll just say a couple things about what I think are some of the challenges that we're facing right now. I already explained and talked a bit about pinkwashing, and I think our movement right now is faced with a kind of bit of a contradictory standpoint and set of obligations for the struggle that we're in right now. And one of those is resisting pinkwashing and interrupting the weaponization of the ways in which homophobia is mobilized as a way to defend and justify Israel's genocide and violation of international rights, but also the weaponization of sexual violence. I think this is a connected issue and struggle in relation to this that we really need to be fighting and pushing back against. And while we're doing that kind of work, as well as building and working and contributing towards the larger Palestine movement, I think we also are facing another kind of struggle that is a quiet struggle that is not public facing, but much more internal, and is about capacity building, long-term coalition building, and the potential for solidarity. And that is facing the right-wing move that has shifted the kind of larger political landscape in North America over the last few years. And I think many of you are aware of the parental rights movement in Canada, which is, an anti-trans and anti-queer movement. It's a movement.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what was that? The parental rights movement is an anti-trans and anti-queer movement? Why would the parental rights movement be anti-queer, you ask? Because they want to abolish the nuclear family. We're going to be here for a while. We still have an hour of this presentation left to go.
That has gained a lot of support within our communities of people working in the Palestine Solidarity movement. And it has meant that many of us who are part of the movement have faced targeted homophobia and transphobia from our comrades in the movement more broadly. And this is a real challenge within the movement more generally, but it's a challenge for what Masha described earlier, which is the effect of right-wing populism and the use of scapegoating to divide populations who are oppressed by similar structures and institutions and systems. And so we have, unfortunately, in our horizon, a significant amount of work that we will be left having to do. And I think I'm saying this because it's an unfortunate reality that we're the ones who will have to build this work, which is to bridge this divide that has been created by right-wing populist rhetoric using primarily misinformation to turn our communities against us. And in particular, the use of weaponization of fears of immigrant and religious minority communities in the country around what happens in education. And in particular, the way that sex education and gender-inclusive education has become a central target in our communities. And I'm saying that this is our responsibility because it's not going to come from other people in the country. People are not invested in resisting the right-wing shift that's happened in this area. And being at the demonstrations that when this happened before the start of the genocide and seeing the division of primarily racialized communities on one side and queer and trans communities on the other side was an incredibly heartbreaking and devastating experience for many people, especially people who are Arab, Muslim, South Asian, queer and trans people who saw members of their communities on the other side. And then only to find weeks later marching alongside one another in our Palestine movements, and then finding at the following year, people leaving encampments to go to the parental rights demonstration. And these, I think, are part of something that we will have to contend with in the years to come, that there has been a division that's been created, and we will have to take on the work of rebuilding a bridge with communities that maybe hadn't actively been supporting queer and trans people, but were not actively hostile in such a public way. And I'm saying that this is a form of weaponization because it is an intentional practice that's been done. It's not something that is coming spontaneously from the grassroots. It's not coming from people's communities. It has come from a well-funded and right-wing propaganda machine coming out of the United States and has funded this movement in Canada. And I think that this is maybe one of the biggest challenges that we're going to be facing in the years ahead. So I'm saying this because I know it's a hard thing to contend with. I know many of us grapple with this already in our families, especially if we come from families with histories in the region. But it's definitely work that many of us are quietly trying to do, and that I think that we're going to have to continue to work towards and maybe bring this to a much more public place. So I share this to share like a hope that we can actually build these bridges, that we can actually do the work of building coalition with people who might in other contexts be our opponents. I actually really believe in the power of coalition, especially given the kind of world ahead of us. And now I think is the time more than ever for us to build our capacity to work with people who we might otherwise be fearful of. And in fact, this is the foundation of what feminist coalition building is. I really think often about the words of Bernice Johnson Reagan, who in a speech at a women's movement said to the participants and the people in the audience that, if you feel safe, you're not doing coalition work. You're in community, but you're not doing coalition. And you have to be with people who in another context might be willing to kill you if you're going to really do coalition right. And it's a really extreme thing to say, but it's true. Like that is what it means to build coalition. And I think that, given what people have been sharing at the table today, I think that this is actually something that we need to build resilience around within our queer and trans communities to be able to survive the future of what's ahead. So it's something that I really am dedicated to working towards, and I feel actually hopeful about our capacity to do it because we've done it with each other for so long.
I'm really moved by what you've both said. I think this is really like it's a very important and courageous conversation. And I want to maybe talk on, like, I had some stuff about pinkwashing in general, though I want to kind of put it to the side because I want to speak a little bit about, a lot of us who are allies in this room, like certainly in this particular context, but, with different relationships to complex kind of family or community dynamics. I want to say just first of all on pinkwashing, like, I think it is really important for us to understand it in a plain language way. Like it's an academic concept in some ways, but it is basically like very, very fundamental and very violent because it is the weaponization of our community, our identities, our lives, our loves, our being in the service of extremely violent and destructive projects, in a way that for a lot of us actually tears us right down the middle. I think it's extremely dark, actually. As queers, as trans people in general, many of us have very progressive values, as Maria was saying, like based on our firsthand experiences of discrimination and oppression and having to kind of find ourselves and navigate those realities. But it is, I think, objectively the case that is not the institutional and global face of our community in a lot of ways, because rainbows are constantly splashed on all sorts of things that are absolutely disgusting to us. And we are not yet in a place systematically to be able to stop that, to be able to draw a clear line of demarcation and say, that has nothing to do with us. And I think that's like a problem of organization. And it is also a problem of, if we want to think of it in that way, of allyship, right? Like, and of whiteness within our movements. Like, I think that is an important framework
Capitalism.
to some extent to bring into it. But I just want to, like, on the specific, like, again, from that position of an ally, that people share, like, I think it's very important for our movements to be making those strategic alliances with organizers and leaders within, for example, faith communities and diaspora communities who have influence and who are also in various ways shifting those conversations from where they currently are in those contexts to a place that makes coalition more possible. And that's going to require, for a lot of us, I think, accepting that it might not meet us exactly where we're at as a community. We're a community that has a certain sense of like our principles and our purity, and sometimes we're a little bit of a subculture or a counterculture, and
They are
we
a
need to get a
subculture.
lot better
True.
at talking to people who don't agree with us on everything. We need to get a lot better at finding that common ground. And I think, we have those shared existential threats, those shared experiences of oppression, marginalization, scapegoating. Those are real bases for unity. There's more in common than there is things that kind of differ. And I really am always inspired, and I think like the leadership in this work is going to be carried out by queer of color organizers. And I think you really see this, and Nelly, you kind of referenced this a little bit with kind of the deeper history of feminist organizing. Like, you also see this in, I think, Black queer and Black women's organizing traditions and Indigenous organizing traditions as well, that refusal to sort of cut out or give up on our families and communities who themselves are subjected to colonial violence, to white supremacist violence. And I think this is very difficult and painful, certainly for those whose backs become the bridge, to, like, it's a quote from a radical woman of color anthology from the 80s that I really like, and that I think of often. But the rest of us, I think, have an extra obligation to unlearn and address and find ways to manage that tendency toward purism and rigidity, and expecting that people be on the same political line as us as a condition of being around them or working with them or being in coalition with them. And that's hard. And we all need to sort of gauge when we can and can't do that. We've all faced violence of many forms. And it requires us, I think, to learn more ways to take care of our own hurt and our own trauma and each other's trauma as well. But I do think we owe that to our comrades. And that, to me, is a sort of organizing practice of queer love and queer community.
Queer love.
And of allyship as well.
Queer love. Community love. Community love.
Again, whoa, thank you.
All right, guys, we are in the back half of the presentation now. We do have about 40 minutes left. And so I see people starting to drop off. If you're new to Socialism Saturday, if this is your first night, this is an extra long presentation tonight. So we will sit and watch the whole thing. And some people will make it to the end and some people won't. Of course, the brave, intrepid warriors that make it to the end, you guys get extra status in the community because you suffered more than other people. But I just want to say thank you to everyone who came out for the first night tonight. I'm not telling you need to go away. We're going to keep going. But especially if you're newer to this content, I really appreciate you checking out the channel. Really appreciate you checking out my work. I hope you'll come back. This stuff can seem a little overwhelming when you first start listening to it, but I promise you are going to learn more about the left this way than anywhere else on the internet, and you will learn their language, and it's going to be scary at times, and it's going to be terrifying, and you're not going to want to do it. But you are going to learn what's really going on in the world, and you are never going to see the world the same way again after this. So I will show you content from the far left. No one else is showing you. I will help break down the language so that you can understand it. The goal being to teach this to as many people as possible so that more people can understand what's going on. We are suffering in solidarity with each other. True. So if you're still here, please make sure you mount the like button for me. Please make sure you are subscribed on whatever platform you're watching on. Right now, I'm streaming on Facebook in 2 different places. I'm even streaming on LinkedIn right now, believe it or not. I haven't gotten banned off there yet. I'm streaming on YouTube. I'm streaming on X. I'm streaming on Rumble. And I'm even streaming on Kick again because I wasn't streaming on Kick for a while just because I wasn't. But now StreamYard made it easy for me to stream on Kick. So shout out to people on Kick. Make sure you're following and subscribed on whatever platform you're on. Make sure you mount the like button. We do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. And we're going to continue to the end of this show before I can go have my Chinese food. So I will continue to take your questions in the chat. If you have questions about what's being said, I'll keep breaking down things that I think need to be broken down. And I'm going to keep working on my knitting because my knitting is looking pretty fucking cool right now. Look at these look at this lattice thing I'm doing. Doesn't that look cool with the black and white yarn? Let's keep going.
Yeah, all your different interventions made me think of different things, and like throughout the time I've done this kind of work. Maria talking about Palestinian, queer Palestinians, and particularly, in your case, Christian queer Palestinians, and how you need to just be able to exist in your own everything of all you are, and the multiple levels of homophobia that you experience, and Palestinians as well. It made me remember when I was learning, when I was newer to this movement.
What's my favorite restaurant to order from? This is a horrible question. Why are you asking me this? You're going to make me want to order more food. I mean, generally speaking, for some reason, Victor and I have Chinese foods on Saturday nights quite a bit. We either have Chinese food or Domino's, I guess. And that's just like a Saturday tradition. My favorite restaurant to order from, if I'm being honest about it, is Italian. There are a couple really good Italian restaurants near me. They're not like chain restaurants or anything, and they're really good. And I especially like that the Italians tend to give larger portions because you're not just ordering for one meal. You're ordering for like 3 subsequent meals at least. So Italian tends to be my favorite at the moment, but Saturday is Chinese and or pizza day. So.
And I think I was at a talk by some Lebanese queer activists, and it was around the time of the war on Lebanon in 2006 by Israel bombing Lebanon. And they said, we opened our queer community center to folks who are trying to get safety from the bombing, right?
Scotland
and they really
win.
clarified for me in my mind, who didn't know at the time, like, yeah, how are these folks supposed to be running their queer community center and just fighting for their queer rights when they're literally helping their community and surviving bombing by an occupier or a would-be occupier, right? So that really brought me back to that. And I think it helps us see, especially those of us without that experience. Natalie really bringing in the clarifying, what are the real challenges, especially in this ascendant far right moment in the world. And I really appreciated how you expressed your intentional belief in building capacity to actually face these things, because we do have power, but it's hard. And coming to what Masha said, right? This is hard and messy work, and unlearning these purist and rigid ideas we have of what it means to be in solidarity.
Yeah, actually, Douglas, yeah. So let me show you this. This is better demonstrated with a show rather than a tell. Hang on. We're going over to the land of the YouTubes, in which I have to find something that I'm looking for. Okay, hang on. They do talk about this. So if you go to Haymarket Books' YouTube channel, Haymarket Books is the largest socialist book publisher in the United States. They are the remnants of the International Socialist Organization, which imploded several years ago because of a sex scandal, but they're back. Materialism. So on Haymarket Books' YouTube channel, they actually have a ton of content about historical materialism, because in 2021, they had a whole historical materialism conference. And so and we've watched a couple of these. I don't think we've watched many of them, but this might be something, if you're interested in that, Douglas, this might be something for you to look at. Let me just click into their playlists, and it'll take a second to load because that's just the way it rolls when I'm look at this. They have 34 videos in this playlist. So they've got, and maybe this is something I've thought about us digging into at some point, but it's just a lot. Marxism, state politics, cultural resistance, post-human capitalism. What the fuck is that? Watch later. Post-human capitalism, really? So they've got all sorts of stuff. And this is, again, specific to historical materialism. So that might be a great place for you to start. These presentations are really meaty. They're like 90 minutes to 2 hours each. So you can have some fun there. Enjoy. Oh yeah. Oh, we watch Haymarket Books quite a bit. Haymarket Books are the ones that do the Socialism Conference. Yeah, the Revolutionary Communists of America have that as well. You're right about that. So, hey, enjoy. That's some homework for you. Let us know if you find anything interesting. And I mean that, guys, if you're ever watching socialism on your own because some of you want extra credit or something, let us know if you find anything interesting, because there is more socialism on the internet than we can ever watch. And so we do the best we can. But if you watch something on your own, let us know about it, okay?
With Palestine or with our beliefs for a better world, we need to, question that and talk to people. And, I hate how much people say, be uncomfortable, but actually it can feel really, really weird and uncomfortable and yucky. But yeah, we got to do it. We got to get messy. So thank you all for these contributions. Let's give them a little round of applause.
Q&A. Q&A.
We will be hearing more from these folks. We started about 20 minutes late. So what we're going to do is we're going to move to our little discussion period now, but we're going to shorten it up just to about 5 minutes. And, if you keep talking and talking, I'll let you talk a bit more. But I know we want to get to the Q&A. So just chat with those around you. You can choose one question or more. What stuck with you most?
I'm going to fast forward through this.
Q&A time.
Q&A.
If you have a question, please raise your
Q&A for people who are new. Q&A is almost always the best part of any presentation, because you'll notice up until this point, a lot of them have been reading off a script that they've written. And they do tend to say stuff in their scripts too, but when they go into Q&A, they don't have a script anymore. And so it's like they're having to answer off the top of their head, and they're much more inclined to say the quiet part out loud when they're not reading off of a script. So Q&A is the best part. That's why we watch until the end.
Your hand. Yipeng is going to come with the microphone to give you a chance to talk. We will prioritize, according to, question time priorities. So we got some hands up. So go ahead, sir. Why don't we start over here?
Okay, I have a question. I kind of started with Natalie's intervention around pinkwashing. So what is the significance of concepts like pinkwashing, homo nationalism, human rights in the time of global fascism, where that appeal is no longer there? There's no real appeal to being progressive, multicultural. I think this is the fall of liberalism and international institutions. Long time coming, if you've been paying attention. So I'm wondering if the fight around pinkwashing or human rights is no longer the paradigm that we're in, and maybe the moment that we're in is a lot more raw and blunt, and this is about power and war. So maybe this is less the time of a subtle response, more like a gentle response is not where we're at. Maybe this is the time for like strategic discipline, a more proportional response to what's happening, and a more direct confrontation. And again, going back to what Masha said about discipline, because this is actually the time of apocalypse. And I'm not using that as an exaggeration. I'm saying to you that like my standpoint in terms of work and the things that I see, where billions of your tax dollars go, someone like me sees it every day. And we just funded pipelines that are literally going to destroy the air and the earth on which you have to organize.
Okay. I need to emphasize this. We have run into an environmental justice socialist. This is the climate change stuff. Socialists believe that capitalism created all climate change, and therefore, ergo, we're all going to die because of capitalism. Yes, I have them on video saying this, and but they literally do believe that capitalism is literally killing us because of climate change, and if we don't overthrow capitalism, then we are all literally going to die. Now, the reason this is important is not that that's actually true. Obviously, that is not true. However, just step back for a moment and put yourself in their shoes and understand that they very literally see this as a life and death scenario. In their minds, we are all literally going to die. That is very real to them. Whether or not that's real in reality, that doesn't matter. They believe that's real. And so if you literally believe that your life is on the line for something, are you willing to go to extremes that maybe you wouldn't go to if you didn't believe that thing? It makes them more dangerous. So this is why I want to emphasize this, because people ask me all the time, Karlyn, do they actually believe this stuff? Yes. They 100% believe this. This is part of who they are. This is part of their identity. They literally believe that capitalism is killing every single person on the planet. Their beliefs, whether or not those beliefs are true, will shape their actions because they believe this is a life and death problem. So these are not people to mess around with. These are not people to ignore. These are not people to dismiss. This is why I don't allow people coming in here saying they're just mentally ill. Well, you know what? Maybe they are, but they actually believe this and they have more power than you do and they're more organized than you are and they're out there trying to push these ideas every single day. So maybe we don't dismiss them and start actually just listening to what they're saying. So, yeah. They're not nuts. They're diehard revolutionaries. Exactly. They are diehard revolutionaries. Yes. They believe that we are a deadly enemy. Correct. Hey, thank you for Richie over on Rumble for the $10 Rumble rant. Guys, I am still collecting super chats and Rumble rants. If you would like to send in some money for your appreciation, I want to thank everyone that has sent in a donation so far. As a reminder, I am 100% funded by you guys. So if you guys don't support my work, it doesn't get done. Let's continue.
So this is it. It hasn't hit you in Ottawa, maybe. It hasn't hit you in Toronto, maybe. It's here. And if you are like more global, international, not from here, you already know that.
No.
So
No. Do you guys think this impresses me when you do this? They are also nuts and diehards. Do you know what you do you're gonna get a fucking dressing down now. Do you know what happens every single time you retards say they're mentally ill? Do you know what happens every single time? You dismiss everything they're doing and you decide it's okay to ignore them. And then they keep winning after winning after winning after winning after winning. And you don't understand why, because you're going, they're mentally ill. And that way, oh, you weren't trying to impress me? Oh, well, you damn well should be because you're in my fucking class. You're in my fucking class, and now you're going to shut your fucking mouth and you're going to listen. And if you don't like it, get the fuck out. There's the door. No one's asking you to be here. If you don't take this seriously, this is the fucking problem. Conservatives not taking this seriously because they're so committed. They are so fucking committed to saying they're mentally ill. Do you not know what happened for the decades that you fucking retards have been saying they're mentally ill, they're mentally ill, they're mentally ill? They took over the public schools. They transed and queered your kids. They convinced an entire fucking generation of people that gender wasn't a real thing. They're on their way to abolishing the nuclear family. They integrated anti-racist training and education into every part of the K through 12 public school system. They convinced an entire generation of kids of things that are not fucking true. And you guys went there and said, ha, 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 you're mentally ill, ha, ha. And you did shit about it because you're lazy fucking retards that are committed to a conservative bullshit narrative more than you are to winning. You want to understand? If you really want to understand, then you have got to stop saying they're mentally ill. Because I promise you, there is not a single fucking person that understands my content that goes around saying they're mentally ill. There is not a single person on this channel that's been watching my content for more than a month that goes around saying they're mentally ill. Do you want to know why? Because they're not mentally ill. It's a conservative bullshit talking point. It always was. It was a made-up narrative meant to appease people on the right, to get them to stop taking any action at all. It made the right an absolute feckless opposition that allowed them to do everything. Bro, you didn't even know how capitalism was defined until 2 days ago. You can take a fucking seat. Deuces. Okay, loser. Goodbye. See? This is why. This is why we lose. Because of conservative retards who don't want to be told the truth. That's why we lose. Let's continue.
Wondering, are we supposed to be talking about pink washing at this point?
Would you like us to take like a group of three, or you want to? Yeah, three. Okay, so a couple more. Raise your hands. All right, let's go to the front row here.
Hello. Hi. I think through going to protests, I've seen a lot of the history of AIDS activism in different strategies that people use through direct actions or die-ins and things like that. And I'm really interested to know if you know anything about the history of AIDS activism in the context of Palestine, if there is a history there.
Oh, good question. AIDS activism in Palestine. Let's see.
And one more. Why don't we go up to the back there? You can give you some exercise.
This sort of, I guess, good mention on the AIDS activism piece, because I do want to talk about that a little bit. I guess I'm thinking about the point on building strong, long-lasting movements.
Are they the farthest left? Are the farthest left affected because they're zealots, or are we drifting left of center because left liberals are pussies? I think it's a little bit of both. I think they are absolutely zealots, 100%, and I think that that's what makes them so effective. They're willing to spend all their time doing this. This is their culture. This is their community. These are their friends. This is their social circle, right? But it is also true. I mean, listen, the fecklessness and the disorganization of the Democratic Party is absolutely a contributing factor. The Democratic Party being awful and ridiculous and completely just like ineffective at this point is what's driving people further left. Like, I think that Trump supporters thought that people were going to come, like, they thought that like Democrats were going to leave the Democratic Party because they were pissed off about Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, and they were going to go to MAGA. But no, guess what happened? They went further fucking left. It's just like, you know, so it's like, I think that, I think it's a little bit of both. I also think the classical liberals are retards and the classical liberals are fucking things up. As you know, I don't need to tell that to you at all. Tim Pool is so awful. I cannot believe I ever watched him at this point. Like, Tim Pool had a liberal on recently who literally said the power isn't in the presidency or even in the governor, it's in smaller local offices. Yeah. Anyway, that's my opinion.
And sort of the idea of class and power, but also thinking about, you know, given the history of AIDS and like mass disablement against queer people by the government and class oppression and exclusion, from the working class, I guess I wonder how we talk about building long-lasting movements in a modern context, living in a pandemic, where we've got built-in attrition from our movements because we don't have, you know what, I'm grateful that this event is masked, but many direct actions are not, and we talk about it from the standpoint of personal safety. But I guess I just wonder how we reconcile that conversation about building those movements without the centering of disability justice, knowing that genocide and mass disablement is a tool of the state, often to oppress us.
I can get us started, I guess. Yes, I think you're absolutely right. I think we're not in a moment where pinkwashing is like the biggest struggle in the front of Palestine organizing, and it's definitely not the biggest front in the challenges of the world that we're living in right now. But I think the thing that's helpful about the historical work on pinkwashing is that it helps us understand the history of how states have used particular kinds of appeals to rights in ways that were disingenuous to the claims that they made, and how people within our communities have been complicit.
When was this? This was like 2 weeks ago. So this is a very, very recent presentation.
Sit within that, and it helps us, I think, also equip ourselves with maybe a resilience to the sophisticated way that propaganda is used today to justify the kinds of decisions that are being made by people in positions of power that will accelerate the death of most people on the planet. As what you described, I think, is really apt. And that's one of the reasons why I think I'm really in agreement with Masha that, you know, we need to be doing a lot of really critical capacity building work to work across struggles right now and build coalition, because it's true that we don't have a critical mass to be able to do the kind of mass political work to change the structures of power that we have right now. But I think to get there requires a lot of like small building work, unfortunately. And that's where I think that if we think about queer organizing and the kinds of spaces like these ones create, I think an important way to do that and build that is to start trying to find the people that are hardest to organize with and work with, and try and build some of those capacities for coalition in some form. And so, you know, like, I really think that we all do need to be participating in, sorry, I'm like really, I don't know why it's so, it's got so much pop in it, but yeah, I think we do need to be really participating in a broader base of social movement work. We need to be pushing our movements across the board to be responding much more holistically to the reality of what's happening. And I think we have to stop sugarcoating the reality of the situation that we're in. Absolutely. Like, we can't pretend like we're going to bring about like a specific liberation right now in our lifetime unless we think really about how to completely transform the global structures of economic and power systems that shape every decision that's made that impacts all life on the planet. And so, yeah, I think what you said is very apt and very important right now. And I'm happy that you said it. So thank you. And in relation to the other questions, I actually don't know. I don't know about HIV AIDS organizing in the Palestine movement, other than the people here in North America that I know who've done work in both of those areas. But I'm really curious to know if that exists, and
I'm curious to know if that
form
exists
that
too.
takes. I think a lot of it might be international NGO work more than social movement work, but that's a suspicion rather than a form of knowledge. And I think your question is a really important call for us to take action. So thank you for that. I shouldn't be the only one answering. Oh, yeah, but
yeah, I can. Yeah. Okay. Great. I can just add like a couple of thoughts. And I do think, yeah, all three questions were super apt, and like I think on the first and like of the stakes of the moment that we're in, and like certainly like looking at the US concretely and specifically, like we're seeing a kind of epochal reorientation of how US power is projected worldwide, and like a really a discarding of a lot of the forms of soft power that have previously been used to justify it, which is often, you know, kind of dressing it up in the civilizational liberal project of like the US is a force for good worldwide that's liberating women and the queers from backwards countries. Like that kind of narrative that has been used to sugarcoat and kind of sell and win consensus from domestic populations and on international stages for those kind of imperialist and military projects. Like that context has shifted now, I think, absolutely. But I don't think that liberalism is dead. I definitely don't think that's the case. I think in Canada, we've just seen a little bit of, in this election, like a re-entrenchment of basically a prime minister who is once again kind of reiterating the status quo on many different.
I just need to stop and point this out. So Canada just elected another far leftist prime minister. But apparently that prime minister is actually not far leftist enough for the real far left, because they're calling him a liberal that wants to uphold the status quo. So we look at Canada and we're like, you fucking retards just elected another fucking Justin Trudeau. Which, of course, by the way, is all Donald Trump's fault, because Donald Trump scared the shit out of people in Canada by saying he was going to make Canada the 51st state. And so I think that that's why the Liberal Party won in Canada, because they were scared shitless that if the Conservatives won, that Donald Trump was going to make them a 51st state. So that was one of the dumbest things he's ever done. But anyway, so another Liberal gets elected in Canada. And the real far leftist in Canada is like, yeah, he's just a loser that's trying to uphold the status quo. This is just yet another example of how liberals and leftists, real far leftists, revolutionary socialists, communists, they're not the same thing at all in any way.
Issues and in many different regards. So like, and I think that there is, like we saw in this most recent election campaign, kind of an application of some of the like digital and media and propaganda strategies that have been used really effectively by the far right worldwide, but using them toward liberal ends. So all that is to say that, like, I think as much as we have these kind of critical far right threats, I think we also always have to be on guard against the fact that a liberal alternative is still lurking out there. You know, this is even if we look at Israel itself, like, of course, there's Netanyahu and Likud and this really like grotesque.
Hey, Jim, do you want to tell us how the left defines capitalism? Thanks. You know everything about Marxism. You're going to come on my channel to be a blowhard in my chat. How does the left define capitalism? Let us know. We'll look forward to your answer, Jim. Yeah, so this person is saying that, listen, the fascist far right is absolutely a threat, but you know what's also a threat? Liberals.
As much as we have these kind of critical far right threats, I think we also always have to be on guard against the fact that a liberal alternative is still lurking out there. You know,
No. Jim, you've walked into my classroom, bro. I asked you a very specific question. We already answered what they're doing with the face masks earlier. They actually explained it very clearly. We've already moved on from that. Jim, how does the left define capitalism? That is the question I want you to answer. If you can't answer that question, then perhaps we need to stop talking and we need to start listening, okay? Well, he's going to learn the ropes real quick, Jennifer. We have a hazing ritual on this channel. I need to break new people in. I find that new people tend to be more receptive to the content once they go through the hazing ritual, because they need to realize that they don't know anything. They need to realize that they've walked into a serious discussion on this topic, not yet another shitposting bullshit narrative-driven stream. And they will be more receptive if they survive the hazing ritual. Otherwise, they might not survive the hazing ritual. They might get pissed off and go block and go, complain about me on the internet or whatever. Be like, she's a mentally ill narcissist that yells at people on her stream. But that's just going to prove that they're pussies that weren't capable of handling the content in the first place. Jeff, I don't give a flying motherfuck what you did in your profession. If you're really so smart teaching at university, or not Jeff, Jim, excuse me. Jim, if you're really so smart teaching at universities, how does the left define capitalism? This is a very simple question, Jim. You were a teacher at universities. You're in my fucking classroom now, bitch. You are in my classroom now. You came in and sat down in my classroom, and now you're talking about all this shit that has no relevance to what I'm asking you at all. The question is simple. This is the test. How does the left define capitalism? Can you answer the question or can't you? You taught at university. You know everything, right? How does the left define capitalism? I want to hear nothing else out of your mouth. If I hear anything else out of your mouth other than the answer to the question I asked, you're getting put in a timeout. I will take away your ability to speak. How does the left define capitalism? We're waiting, Jimmy. We're waiting. So funny how they all go quiet, isn't it? It's so funny how when they're asked a very direct question of 101 level information, this is not advanced level socialism, Jim. I'm talking about basic 101 level information here. Isn't it funny how they always go silent? Do 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 do. Do 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 psh do psh do bum bum. Jim, we're waiting for your answer. We're holding up the entire stream just for you. You are a teacher at University to Engineer. I don't know what the fuck that means, but I know that if you're a teacher at a university, then you should know how a classroom works. And you're in my classroom now, and I asked you a very direct question, and I expect an answer. Otherwise, I'm going to put you in a timeout, and you're not going to be allowed to speak. How does the left define capitalism? The acceptable answers to this question are the actual answer, or you don't know. Jim, you have 15 seconds to answer me. I've waited long enough. We've had a long stream tonight. We still have half an hour left to go. I have Chinese food waiting downstairs. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, Jim's getting put in a timeout for the rest of the stream because he couldn't bother to answer the question he was asked because he didn't know the fucking answer, because he just wanted to come in and have his narrative talking points in the chat, didn't care about learning nothing, so now he's getting put in a timeout and he's not going to be able to talk anymore. Come back next time if you want the answer to that question, Jim, because everyone else in my chat can answer it, okay?
look at Israel itself, like, of course, there's Netanyahu and Likud and this really like grotesque religious fascist kind of power structure. But there is also a liberal Zionist kind of quote unquote opposition that is actually very comfortable with the continued status quo of occupation and apartheid and different forms of genocide, just kind of dressed up a little bit differently and justified in kind of different.
And can I say this too? I kind of like how the chat has embraced the hazing ritual. We even have Tom, who is brand new, who survived his own hazing ritual early tonight. Tom is now embracing the hazing ritual and is hazing other new people. I like how the entire fucking chat has just accepted that the hazing ritual is a thing, and now we're all gonna shame everyone who comes in here and does that shit. See, the hazing ritual is a community building exercise. Everyone has to experience it. Sometimes you might have to experience it more than once, but once you experience it, then you can inflict it on other people. Only the strong survive on my channel. Only the strong make it into my community. It is a test. Everyone who runs away crying is a pussy that is getting what they deserve at Fox News.
Different terms, like drawing on the long history of what was called labor Zionism, which used kind of different language to just for the same thing. So I think we still need to have that kind of critique, and we still need to know it, and we still need to be like on guard against it, because as our movements build power, right now we do not have much power, but as we build power, there are those very real threats of co-optation of movements and defanging of movements. And we saw that especially in the course of like the 60s and 70s and in a lot of contexts, and certainly in the US and Canada. And then the other thing I would say is that like a lot of the utility of like talking about pink washing is also for us when we're making interventions in our community, right? Because like in our community specifically, there are far too many people who are comfortable to a varying extent, or at least think that they're comfortable with our community and our flags and our colors kind of being attached to certain things, you know, and we don't have to go quite as grotesque as like, you know, Israeli soldiers, like IOF forces flashing rainbow flags on the ruins of Gaza. We can also talk about, you know, major like banks with like intense complicity in colonialism domestically and abroad, splashing pride flags on their window
Is she
panes
talking
and,
about
like,
the
being greeted in our
Rothschilds?
pride marches. Like that's a problem, right? Like we
Wow.
need to draw a line there, and we need to take those spaces and not cede any terrain of struggle. And I think prides in particular, as kind of that showcase of what is our community and what does it stand for, are one of those really important kind of terrains of struggle. So I those are just like a couple of thoughts, but I think we need to ultimately, like, we all have different roles. There's a million urgent needs at once, and we need to politicize everything and intervene in all spaces as like reflects where we are and where we have reach. To the other questions, I'm also not, or to the question certainly of like AIDS activism and that history, I'm also not like super expert on this, but I agree with what Natalie said that, as well, that like there's a lot of crossover historically in terms of like especially militant AIDS activism and organizations like ACT UP and kind of leading organizers in those spaces.
ACT UP!
Palestine solidarity
See?
and other kind of international solidarity.
She just said it. Remember when we looked at the pink triangle poster earlier? ACT UP. This is ACT UP. She just said ACT UP for the AIDS activism related to like the queer liberation stuff today. I told you, they always say it. Always, every time. Every time. I wish they knew more about it though, but this is a topic I'm digging into, so.
African anti-apartheid or against intervention in Central America. There was a lot of organizing like that, especially in the Bay Area, kind of further back into the 80s. And I don't think that's accidental, because it's again kind of that through line of a queer left tradition where, you know, at a moment when kind of like the AIDS crisis was very, I think, radicalizing, because it was a moment when kind of an assimilationist strategy for our communities was more obviously showing up its contradictions, because those dominant power structures were so fully kind of turning their backs on our communities at a moment of crisis. And also just to again, thank you for that comment. And I think it's really important, and integrating disability justice really rigorously into our organizing practice is very crucial. And I think there is certainly a responsibility for us as individuals and when we organize spaces to do that. And I think there's also a huge need for us to build power together toward like really sustainable structural solutions as well. So, we've had a complete abdication of public health from our governments and kind of governments worldwide. And that is cross-cutting, like it certainly applies to COVID, but it's cross-cutting across many, many other situations, other crises and other lacks of accessibility of our spaces. So I think we need to really reckon with that in a very serious way. Thanks.
No, Jetafire. No. It's not a red band. Jetafire, they literally do believe the pandemic is still a thing and it's their job to care for everyone else. It's not a virtue signal. It's not a red band. It's not to say I'm a socialist. They believe that they're the caretakers of everyone else. They believe we have the obligation to take care of the health of every other person. This is where universal health care comes from. Universal health care is us taking care of the health of every other person, right? We have an obligation to do it. It's the same thing with the mask. It's not even just specifically about COVID, because they do still believe COVID is a real thing, but it's also, they mention other diseases as well. And so it's like, this is just part of their kind of like, it's their way of showing solidarity with the people they're in the room with. No, but it's not reminiscent to the red band though, Jennifer, because the red band is a virtue signal. They are actually doing this for a reason. It's not just about showing it's because they believe they have to. It's not the same thing. I'm sorry. It's just not the same thing.
Thank you for these questions. I'm gonna go this way. Thank you for the critique about disability justice. I know that that's an area where I often find myself needing to check myself, because if we're not going to talk about disability, then we're actually kidding ourselves if we think we're fighting for Palestinians.
We too will be digging into disability justice during Queer Marxism Month, because disability justice is an element of queer Marxism. Hopefully we'll also have a fat studies week. Are you guys ready to revisit fat studies? Fat studies is the best.
If we're going to talk about a free Palestine anytime soon, we're going to talk about, a vast number that I cannot even imagine who now, have been maimed and blinded. And at the same time, I want to say that disability justice shouldn't just be important because these people were victims of this crime. And, we have to be real about human bodies and their diversity, and not be working from a framework of like the able-bodied person as this standard person, in the same way that a straight person or a cis person is considered the standard. Thank you for this question about AIDS activism. I like learning about the history of AIDS activism, especially as a lesbian, was just a big part of my journey. I don't have any particular thing to say about it, but I do have a friend in Gaza who is HIV positive and remains anonymous. And if anybody is like interested in supporting that person, I might like send the fundraiser information to Claire so that you can like.
No, Jennifer, they don't though. That is because you watch conservative media, Jennifer. They do not view it as a badge of honor. They view it as an obligation to the collective that they have to do to be in solidarity. It's not as a bad. That's a Jennifer, I love you. I adore you. You are wrong, and you need to sit in your wrongness and be wrong. And I'm trying to be nice about it, but you're not right. It's not Jennifer, just because. No, you're not getting that vibe. That's from Fox News.
Somebody who is living that experience on the ground. And thank you for your urgent tone.
With
because
love.
It is urgent.
Yes, with
it is an urgent situation. And I didn't talk too much about this at all today, but I am a psychotherapist. And I graduated right here from St. Paul University, Master's in Counseling and Spirituality. And this is a program that, after 19 months has yet to say anything, not one thing, about the trauma, not only just inflicted on the people in Palestine on the ground, but also the, sizable community of Palestinians and Arabs that live right here in this city. And the mental health culture and the culture of these psychology professions is acting as if nothing at all is wrong in the world. Nothing at all. And certainly
Are you
Palestinians, we don't
serious?
exist to the mental health framework.
Okay.
And
That's
so,
not real, but whatever.
but I also think at the same time is that if we felt the freedom to go and scream, if everybody was actually felt a natural inclination to express their emotion about the horror of this moment and the urgency of this moment,
primal scream.
we could disrupt all of society with that energy.
Have you guys seen this? Have you guys seen when groups of leftists get together and they scream at the sky, the primal scream? That's what she's talking about. Is we need to let it out and we will disrupt society with our primal scream. Columbia students did this outside the home of the president, like at 2 a.m. They would do primal screaming in groups.
And that's exactly what they don't want. They don't want people feeling too deeply, because then we would all go and we would riot, to bring it back to rioting. So, yeah, right. Thank you. That's all for me.
Okay, so we'll take 3 more. We're going to start with an online question. So Yipen, could you pass the mic to Connor? She can share with us what's being asked online.
Hello. Okay, yes, thank you. Quick shout out to, while you folks have been answering questions with each other in the room, they've been doing the very scary thing of doing it with each other on the chat. And they've been chitty-chatting in the chat. I don't know if you can see how many there are, but there's many, many chat comments. So quick shout out to the folks on the Zoom. 98, yeah. And so a question that someone wanted to ask was, I was wondering if you folks could speak to the ongoing discussions surrounding bubble bylaws in Ottawa and Toronto, which if you didn't hear that on Zoom, there were lots of yeses, which are being used to suppress pro-Palestine organizing, but also claiming to protect children from transphobic protests at school. How do we address folks who are concerned about the surge in attacks on queer youth while upholding our fundamental right to protest?
Right, thank you. So there's our first question. You want to run around, Sir Yipeng? So we've got a hand up here.
Okay, is this working? Okay, cool. So I wrote this down just because it'd be easier for me to remember. But one of the questions.
You could just hold the mic a bit closer to ya.
Oh yeah. So one of the questions that you touched on in the panel was how to build powerful strategies in liberation movements. So for especially those in the room who are more recently radicalized into supporting queer and trans people and Palestinians, how do we build says strategies outside of electoralism? And I'm asking this because when queer people fought for marriage equality and won, there was a semblance of an electoral left. I mean, that's frankly non-existent now, especially just one example being the Ontario NDP throwing out Sarah Jam, a Black disabled member of provincial parliament, for being out of line and speaking out against the genocide. And there's also the cynical use of queer people and other marginalized groups by neoliberal political parties in order to gaslight us and say, see, we are actually progressive. And these people are often forced to toe the neoliberal party line as well. I mean, just look at like AOC, for example.
All right, and we'll go to
AOC's towing the neoliberal line.
Yipeng, can you see? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, my question is about coalition building across political lines. So we've heard a lot tonight about how that's really necessary in order for us to get the numbers and the power that we need to actually be a force to be reckoned with. And I'm wondering about just practically, how does that look for activists, organizers who their identity is, something that is actively disliked or disagreed with, for instance, by the people that they're trying to build coalition with? Like, what does that actually look like? Do you have to sort of put aside your identity, say you're a trans organizer and you're trying to build coalition with people who are actively anti-trans for whatever reasons, either because of propaganda, their culture, or whatever they have been told? How does that look, and how do you practically strategize around building those coalitions without sort of doing that disservice to yourself in your identity?
All right, I believe we have our 3.
Hey,
away.
listen. Don't call my fucking PhD fake. I had to work for a long time and work really hard for that PhD. I earned that PhD. I am not a psychotherapist. It is a different profession, okay, Master Shake? You're going to have to call me doctor next time to show respect.
Okay. Whoever would like to.
I'll be kind of brief if that's possible for me. Maybe just starting from the last question. I think I think it is a complex one, and I think like coalition building is super important and essential. But I think also a precondition of it is for us to get organized within our own communities, right? I think often when we think of how we're going to go out and change hearts and minds, like, one of the kind of common ways we think of it is like, we can't shy away from hard conversations at the dinner table, right? Like we have to have that difficult conversation with our, intolerant uncle, like stuff like that. And I think that's real, that's not nothing. But I think when we're talking about like organizing and power and certainly coalition building, we need to first make sure that we have more of an articulated strategy and a level of discipline and organization internally. And I think as queer community, we really lack this, in many cities and in many contexts. Like we don't have that kind of robust sense of like, we're very interconnected as community in various ways. Our communities are very all tangled up together, but we're not organized in the sense that like we are in organizing relationships that then make it possible for us to take a collective action and to know and to test and to measure how many people do we have in this city tonight in Ottawa, for example. I know there's lots of queers who stand for Palestine and who stand with Palestine. I saw it last year at Capitol Pride. But if you ask me tomorrow to say, I'm going to do a phone zap to Capitol Pride to say, we want you to go further this year on Palestine solidarity, I want to be able to say, I know that there will be 500 or 1,000 or 3,000 phone calls going straight to the Capitol Pride board. I can't say that right now. I don't know. I have no idea. I'll just be taking a guess. So that's what I mean when I say
Thank you, Zachary.
organization
Appreciate
internally.
you.
And then when we talk about coalition building, again, it's not on every single person in the community. And I really do think like, it is that difficult work where, in all of the work that we do, and I organize in a lot of contexts that are outside of queer and trans space, and as a trans woman, like that requires navigating a lot of like pretty complex things. And I know my thresholds, and I know kind of some of the things that I need to take care of myself and to be cared for by my community, that make certain things possible. And it's important also to know what are those things that aren't going to be possible for you. So that's all really difficult work, but it's also to say that like coalition building is often going to be happening at the level of organizations to organizations, and not necessarily like at that kind of individualized level of going out and having really difficult talks. Maybe I'll leave the other questions, but just wanted to say that.
All right, I'll switch over to this microphone. I think in terms of, I'm going to say kind of almost the opposite of what you just said about it. I not to disagree with you, I actually agree with you, but I think one of the things that I'll say what we did in Montreal. So before the genocide started, there was the parental rights movement, and a bunch of us organized around it. And we had like a signal group, and there was a group of people from across sectors in Montreal who were working together. And you don't go after the ideologically driven like leaders of a movement who are part of, you don't go for the people who are like the most bigoted and the hardest line people. You go for the people who you kind of know already, people who you might have like interacted with or organized with in another context. And you have conversations with those people, and you share what is difficult about their participation in something that's happened, and ask them.
Jennifer, socialists believe that parental rights are a form of private property, and they vehemently oppose parental rights. So when they say parental rights movement, they talked earlier, you may have missed it, about how they oppose the parental rights movement and they fought against it. So yeah, they don't like parental rights at all.
like why they wanted to do that and why that was important for them, and try and actually listen. And those are actually the really powerful conversations that happen with people who are like leaders in their groups and their communities, but are not necessarily leaders of like the specific action that's going on. And that was really effective because we knew that there were a couple people who were members of the community that had attended that demonstration. People were really hurt by their participation. And we didn't send the people who were the most like affected, who are the most like triggered by that encounter. We sent people who felt like they could hold space for having a hard conversation. And that's the key here. It's like, it's not for you as an individual to have individual one-on-one conversations with every person you know. It's building a collective capacity to hold space for each other, to lean on one another and build a collective response to be able to find the right kinds of conversations to have with the right kinds of people and slowly build those relationships over time. And that means having conversations with people who you know are maybe participating in things that you don't agree with or that challenge or threaten, you know, your life and your experience in the world, and holding space for that. And in the Palestine movement, one of the ways that I do that is I hold space for Zionists. Like it's not popular to do it, but I do. I hold space for Zionists. I let them ask their questions in events, at talks, afterwards. I have conversations with people. I give them some of my time in those contexts and talk through some of the things that they're expressing and feeling. I offer some validation sometimes about what they're sharing, about their own fears, and I give them another perspective from the one that they currently have. And I think that that's important coalition work actually in those moments. And I have to say, I've had some really powerful encounters. I don't know if they're life-changing encounters for the people who I've interacted with, but they've been life-changing for me in a way. And I think those are the kinds of moments that building our collective capacity to hold space for that kind of work is going to be what allows us to bridge some of those gaps that have prevented us from being able to build a large-scale collective capacity. Because I think for the most part, over the last 40 years, we've been mostly divided. You know, we've been like really divided by structures of power, and it has pitted us against one another because scarcity does that, like precarity does that. It makes people in competition for rights recognition discourses, for access to resources. And the reality is that we're not really in competition with one another. We're in competition with a structure that has created a deficit life for people. So those are, I think, some of the key components of that. And I think that speaks a little bit to the kind of context of the electoral system. Like, we don't have a lot of critical capacity of electoral politics to change the world, but what we do have are neighborhood groups. The neighborhood groups have been incredibly powerful in mobilizing against the complicity of their MPs in parliament. And even the ones that are the most staunch have had their lives really affected by the mobilizing that's happened by their constituents. And that's like one kind of example or illustration of the way that a movement can engage and interact with a system that's really not designed to be able to respond in a way that is like liberatory or transformative, but that challenges the status quo. And I think that's the pretty key thing here. As we're building capacity, we need to be challenging the status quo that takes for granted that these systems and structures are to the benefit of a majority of people, and really help our communities understand the way that we've not benefited from those systems, and help really hold the people who have taken representational roles feel responsibility and accountable to those decisions and their participation in those systems. And that probably won't change things completely, but allowing people to feel more empowered to participate in movements is really key and important right now, which means that we need approaches to movement work that allow people to slowly build their capacity over time and not allow people to burn out too quickly. And this is like, I think right now in the movement, one of the things we're really struggling with is that people went really hard, really strong, and people are burnt out. A lot of people are burning out. And that's something that I think we also need to think about how to build scale and also understand longevity. Like, one of the things that I told some of my students is that we're not going to likely see, I mean, it's a terrible thing to say, but it's true. We're not going to see a free Palestine.
Hey, thanks,
this year.
Andre. Appreciate it.
It's been a long time, and it's going to be a long time still until we see this. We have to be in this for the long struggle. The same way we have to be in for the long struggle for for climate crisis. We have to be in the long struggle for indigenous rights. We have to be in the long struggle for anti-racist work, like disability justice work. This is not short-term struggles. It's not something that we could commit a year of our life to and then it's done. This is lifelong work. Which
Everything
means
all
we
the
need
time.
to build a lot of critical capacity and skill building slowly over time. And I know we don't have the luxury of time, but it's actually the only thing that we'll be able to do. So find ways that allow you to build capacity in your own life. Find people that you can connect with who help you feel like you can build capacity with them, and also build some really good transferable skills, like communication and conflict resolution skills. Like those are really helpful in every component, and it's the one thing that the most of us don't have, myself included. Like I didn't come into this world with a good foundation in those things. It took a lot of work learning some basic things, and like there's still a lot of avoidance going on. So I'm not saying that I'm an expert on this, but it's definitely something that we need to be able to do. We need to be able to hold space for the hard things and to be able to figure out how to work through them and help other people alongside us do that. We can't afford to live in a context anymore where we just cut each other out. Like we just can't. It's not going to be viable or feasible anymore because the infrastructure is not there anymore. You're not going to be able to like get through life without the people that are hard to get along with in our own lives, and especially in our movements, And so that means finding ways not to like have it destroy the movement or undermine our capacity to do movement work, but how to grapple with the fact that there's going to be a lot of difference, and we have to hold space for that difference and also still build capacity and do something. So those are like the kind of big kind of thoughts about these questions. And I feel like I forgot another one, but I'm so sorry. It was the online one. I don't know.
It's okay. I think we'll pass it to our comrade Maria and then,
Comrade.
yeah. Thank you though. That was chef's kiss.
Thank you both so very much. I don't have much to say on this question, honestly, because I recognize the difference between the questions being asked are questions about organizing and about power. And I know what I am, skilled at and what I am not. And anyone who has tried to work with me knows that my brain is like scrambled eggs from the trauma of this whole, being Palestinian thing.
I'm so traumatized from my identity.
Is, the concept of people are burning out, and something I find really like silly that people say to me who like learned about Palestine like 2 years ago. They'll be like, well, we failed. And I'm like, this struggle has been 100 years. It's 100 years, and we're not going to bring down an occupation in 2 years, but we are growing. We did that big push. A lot of us burnt out. How we talk about what we're going to do moving forward, the questions everyone is asking, I was like, yes, when you talk in the movement, talk with, like a, what do you call it? A growth mindset. Okay, we tried some stuff and we're not where we want to be. What's next? There are so many avenues. Like you two just named, like, I can't even count on two hands all the ideas you just named. So bring an energy of resilience and reject defeatism at every turn, because there is work to do and we can't afford to act like, oh, we tried everything. So good luck, I guess. Sorry, Palestine, Nah, this is lifelong work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to end the Q&A, and we're just
That's
gonna move
it. That's it. We made it. We did it. We made it through our 2-hour Queers for Palestine presentation. Congratulations, everyone who made it until the very end. Thank you especially to everyone who sent in super chats, and an extra special thank you just in case someone saw fit to sign up as a supporter on my website, which is Karlyn, Karlyn, .substack.com. Of course, I appreciate all super chats and all forms of support, but the very best way you can support my work, if you had to choose, would be by becoming a member of my Substack. That is, again, Karlyn, Karlyn, .substack.com. And this is a place where I'm doing live streams throughout the week to break down certain concepts on the left. Make sure you download the Substack app and get subscribed to that so that you can get notified when I go live on Substack. I do breakdowns of the far left. I do video clips. I've got a massive archive of information on there. You can check out all the different resources on the left that I have on there. Most of it is free, but I rely on the generosity of good people like you to be able to do this work, because You guys make it possible. I'm 100% independently funded. I take no money from any political driven organizations at all. I take money from people who are interested in the truth and want to see the primary sources, and that's it. So on Sundays, I do usually take the day off from streaming. I'm currently planning on taking the day off tomorrow. But if you want to join us, Daniel in with the super sticker. Thank you, Daniel. If you do want to join us for movie night tomorrow night, I will be sending out the digest email on the Substack. The digest email looks like this. It won't be this email because this is last week's email. It will be tomorrow's email. But when you get tomorrow's email that says the digest on it, what you want to do is scroll all the way down to the bottom. And underneath this red box for paid supporters on my Substack, you will be directed to join my supporter Discord. We do movie nights every Sunday and Monday night in my supporter Discord. Tomorrow we are watching Junior. We are starting Queer Movie Month in the Discord for reasons beyond my understanding, but Jennifer thinks it'll be a good idea. No, honestly, Jennifer actually has some good movies planned for Queer Movie Month. It'll be fine. We can kick back and have fun and laugh too. And won't it be interesting to go back and see kind of what they thought queer used to be and compare it to now? If we don't laugh, we'll cry. And then on Monday night, we are watching The Passion of the Christ at 9 p.m. in the supporter Discord, hosted by Mac B's Movie Night. And so come and join us for Junior tomorrow. Come and join us for Passion of the Christ on Monday. So look, you're getting your gay stuff, and then we're gonna revere Jesus. This is great. You're gonna get your gay stuff, and then we're gonna honor the Lord in a viewing of The Passion of the Christ. And it's going to be awesome. There's trivia around the movies. There's music around the movies. All sorts of good stuff. Again, head over to the Discord. Once you get the digest email, you can find the link to the supporter Discord in this email every single week. And I'm going to go eat some Chinese food, guys. My Chinese food has been waiting for me a while now. My dog has probably already claimed it. My dog is going to come down. I'm going to come downstairs and my dog's going to be like, well, I'm sorry, I ate all your food. You were up there for an extra hour. Like, you don't get to you don't get to dictate. Like, so I'm sure my dog has already claimed my Chinese food. Have to fight and barter with the Chiweenie. Whatever. Okay, guys, I will see you tomorrow night for movie night, or I will see you on Monday when we come back for our next stream. Take care, everyone. We'll see you next time. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
here. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.